kind of be a precursor to the strategic planning.
Seems entirely reasonable. Is Council okay with that change? Then with that, I'll assume that the budget is adopted by consent as amended. And that brings us to the first item, which would be then the preliminary 2026 budget discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. So today's presentation provides an overview of the town's 2026 preliminary budget, how it's structured, its key pressures that we're facing, and the guiding principles. And I just want to go, oops, okay. So the municipal budget is the town's financial roadmap. It's essentially a plan for how money comes into the municipality and how it's spent over a specific period of time, typically one fiscal year. We plan on both operating costs, which are the day-to-day services that keep the community running, and capital costs, which are the long-term investments in infrastructure, facilities, and equipment. Sorry, my clicker is not advancing. So starting with the basics of what a budget is, simply put, a budget is a plan, as I had mentioned earlier, for sum of money coming into the municipality and how that money is spent for a specific period of time. And under BC's Community Charter, municipalities must adopt a balanced 5-year financial plan each year. This means that revenues must equal planned expenditures, including debt payments, reserves, and capital works, before Council can legally adopt the budget. So revenues collected by the town support the delivery of core municipal services that residents rely on every day. So when we talk about core municipal services, we're referring to the essential things residents often take for granted, like clean water, safe roads, emergency response, parks, drainage, and reliable infrastructure. All of these depend on the money coming into the municipality, which determines the level and quality of service that we can sustain. So our budget has two main parts. We have the operating budget, which is comprised of wages, utilities, insurance, supplies, and contracted services. And these are the day-to-day costs that are incurred to provide services to residents. And we have the capital budget, which is things like maintenance and replacement of roads, buildings, drainage, vehicles, and other long-term assets. Together, both the operating and capital budget ensure that residents receive reliable services while maintaining the infrastructure that those services depend on. So in the 2025 budget, for every dollar that the municipality, or the town rather, planned to spend, about 50 cents came from property taxes and property and parcel taxes, 25 cents from government grants, and another 25 cents from other sources, such as fees, permits, business licenses, and lease revenues. So our challenge is balancing reliance on taxation with efforts to maximize non-taxation revenue. These revenue sources fund the operations, reserve contributions, debt repayment, and capital investment. A balanced approach ensures that we meet today's needs while preparing for tomorrow's challenges. So to summarize, a budget is a plan for money coming in and money going out of the municipality. It includes both the operating and capital components. Revenues come from taxes, fees, and grants. And council and staff with community input determine priorities with a balanced framework guided by legislation. And now we're going to change our attention to the development of our town's financial plan. So this year's draft budget builds upon last year's financial plan format, which achieved the GFOA Budgeting Award. So we continue to refine it and to meet the GFOA Distinguished Presentation Award standards, ensuring that our budget and document will serve as a policy document, financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications tool. That's part of our ongoing commitment to transparency and continuous improvement. Public engagement is central to the process, so we'll hold financial plan meetings on January 14th and January 28th, followed by readings in February and March, and final adoption by April 1st, 2026. Early approval for time-sensitive capital projects will occur in December of 2025. So residents expect us to maintain low property taxes while delivering high-quality services and investing in sustainable initiatives. Balancing these competing priorities, which is affordability, service quality, transparency through reporting, and long-term sustainability, remains a key challenge for each local government. In the last 3 years, Council has seen the town's efforts on transparency through the budget reporting process and quarterly updates. This slide distinguishes between the services that the town delivers, such as roads, drainage, water, sewer, and parks, from those provided by regional and provincial levels of government, like policing, education, and healthcare. So it's important for taxpayers to understand which level of government is responsible for what. Now that we've looked at what the town is responsible for, I'd like to relate that to something everyone can understand, which would be a household budget. Just like a household, the town has money coming in and money going out. And we need to make sure that our ongoing expenses are covered while planning ahead for the big ticket items that come along every so often. So the operating budget, as I mentioned earlier, was like paying your monthly bills, such as groceries, utilities, insurance, or gas, whereas the capital budget is more like replacing your roof, buying a car, or renovating your home. In both cases, if we don't set aside enough savings or plan ahead when a major repair or replacement comes due, it creates financial stress. So municipalities face the same challenges, balancing day-to-day service delivery with long-term infrastructure renewal. So when we talk about asset replacement and reserve contributions later in this presentation and in strategic planning later today, it's really about maintaining the town's long-term financial health, just like setting aside money in a family savings plan to avoid surprises down the road. So the town's financial framework includes being aware of the community's vision and priorities, which come out of key documents such as official community plan, council strategic plan, and various other master plans. Knowing how we get there, these are our strategies for financial strength and stability, recognizing value for services, predictable infrastructure investment, responsible debt management, comparative property taxes, and improved reserves and surplus. And how we measure what we do, which is financial performance, capacity assessment, workforce planning, service standards, and service performance. Also, how we plan ahead, which is financial planning. We currently prepare a 5-year financial plan. We are entering the long-term financial planning as well, and demonstration of that was the asset replacement financing strategy, which was introduced to Council last year. So the official community plan sets a long-term vision. Council's strategic plan turns that vision into priorities, and the budget allocates resources to advance those priorities. And finally, staff report back through quarterly and annual updates, ensuring transparency and accountability. So as we move through this section of the presentation, I just wanted to highlight how the budget connects directly to Council's strategic priorities. This is a key part of ensuring that expenditures in the financial plan support the outcomes that Council has committed to achieving for the community. On October 24th, 2025, Council reconfirmed its 6 strategic focus areas, which remain the cornerstone of the town's decision-making framework. These 6 areas guide how resources are allocated, how projects are prioritized, and how we measure progress through the term. By reaffirming these same focus areas year after year, Council has provided clarity, consistency, and continuity. The stability is important both internally for staff planning and externally for residents, partners, and funders who look to see steady, well-defined direction from the town. Our guiding principles are to remain fiscally responsible, affordable, and forward-looking. This means using reserves and debt prudently, maintaining infrastructure in good repair, and ensuring taxation is fair and sustainable. So in developing the financial plan, staff consider workforce costs and capacity, inflationary increases, sustainable asset replacement, and the ability to deliver new projects and strategic initiatives, all while balancing available revenues and reserve funding. The 2026 process involves a comprehensive line-by-line review of all budgets, which is currently in progress. We're optimizing resources, exploring efficiencies, and identifying opportunities for non-taxation revenue to reduce reliance on property taxes. The town's workforce includes exempt staff, CUPE employees, paid-on-call firefighters, and contractors. Policing is provided through the RCMP under a provincial contract, and staffing levels are gradually increasing to meet evolving community expectations and service demands. So we're facing cost pressures in several areas: fair compensation and the collective agreement renewal in 2026. So the collective agreement expired in mid-2025 and will be negotiated this year. And we're also always looking at aligning staffing levels with the services provided. We're also facing cost pressures in several other areas, such as rising material and supply costs, software and cybersecurity licensing, and contracted service inflation. These pressures must be balanced against our commitment to maintain affordable tax levels. So the town also owns approximately $229 million in capital assets, and that's at cost, including buildings, roads, vehicles, and infrastructure. Much of this infrastructure was built during the post-World War II development boom and is now approaching the end of its useful life and replacement. So reserve balances are currently not sufficient to support timely renewal, meaning that project prioritization and grant funding will be essential in the upcoming years. The infrastructure funding gap is not unique to the town of Qualicum Beach and is a challenge that faces communities all across the country. So as we move into 2026, So as we move into the 2026 operating budget pressures, it's important to recognize that this year's financial plan is being developed at a time of increasing demands on the town's operating resources, coupled with ongoing challenge of addressing long-term infrastructure renewal. So council's decision in this area will shape the town's financial trajectory over the next several years, both in terms of service delivery and financial sustainability. So we have the infrastructure funding gap and asset replacement, one of the most significant operating pressures that continues to be closing the infrastructure funding gap. That is ensuring that there are sufficient annual contributions to asset replacement reserves rather. So currently the town contributes about $2.8 million annually to its various asset replacement reserves, but that level remains insufficient to support timely replacement of aging infrastructure. Council will need to consider balancing incremental increases to annual reserve contributions, tax increase affordability to ensure that the town can sustain core services without deferring maintenance or relying too heavily on grants or borrowing. So this is about finding the right balance, maintaining affordability today while preventing a backlog of deferred infrastructure costs tomorrow. Strategic initiatives reserve and sustaining capacity for community priorities. So our strategic initiatives reserve plays a vital role in enabling council to respond to emerging opportunities and advance strategic projects that align with the 6 focus areas. Council has made strong progress in recent years by establishing reserves as a flexible funding tool. However, the appropriate level of ongoing contribution will be an important decision in this year's plan. This includes determining how much capacity should be preserved for multi-year commitments and new initiatives anticipated through the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. Reaffirming the town's approach to this reserve helps ensure that we can continue to fund innovation and community partnerships without compromising core operating stability. The Qualicum Commons lease will also require budget consideration. While the project supports the town's long-term vision for community programming and partnerships, there may be operating impacts associated with risks with the Qualicum Commons operations, including utilities, maintenance, and potential building upgrade costs that may be required to shift to the town over time. Similarly, the acquisition of the Eagle Crest Golf Course will introduce new financial considerations for 2026. While the property represents a strategic community investment, there will be short-term transitional costs related to maintenance, utilities, and professional services. The town will need to monitor these costs closely during the transition period to consider how best to integrate long-term operating and capital needs for the site into future financial plans. These early years are an opportunity to set clear, financially responsible framework for managing this asset moving forward. Another growing pressure on the operating budget is the increasing number of financial aid requests from community organizations, often for costs that are the responsibility of the lessee under existing agreements. While the town values its partnerships with local organizations, council may wish to consider developing a more consistent policy approach for evaluating these requests, ensuring transparency, fairness, and alignment with council's broader financial priorities. This could include reaffirming which types of expenditures qualify for town support versus those that should remain the responsibility of the leaseholder. There will be further discussion on this topic later in today's strategic planning session. Collectively, all of these operating pressures highlight the ongoing need to balance fiscal discipline with community expectations. Each of these areas, infrastructure renewal, strategic reserves, facility operations, and community support, ties directly back to council's strategic focus areas of progressive infrastructure, good governance, and community health and well-being. The decisions council makes through this budget process will provide a signal of the town's financial priorities for the next 5 years and reinforce the commitment to sustainable service delivery. We're continuing to refine our asset replacement financial strategy to address and close the long-term funding gap. Currently, the annual contributions, as I'd mentioned earlier, to asset reserves total about $2.8 million, and that includes the general fund, water, and sewer funds. While the estimated replacement requirements, as you can see from this slide, by far exceed that amount. So deferral and prioritization will be required over the next 20 years as we work towards closing this gap. And what this slide is showing is that over the next 20 years, we'll need to spend about $125 million on replacement and renewal in the various areas. We've got a breakdown by each area there. And if we average that out to an annual amount, it's looking to be about 6.3. That being said, these numbers will change as we get better information on our assets. We will be doing an inspection of our sewer system in 2026, which could result in this number, in the overall number coming down or possibly going up. So this information will be refined as we move forward. So when we talk about the asset funding gap that I had just talked about, we're really referring to the growing difference between what it costs to maintain and replace the town's infrastructure and what our current financial capacity allows. Even with the annual reserve contributions of about $2.8 million, the needs over the next 5 years exceed available funding. The following examples here illustrate some of our major capital replacements that have been identified as necessary within that time horizon. So Eagle Crest storm infrastructure is lacking and requires significant upgrades to service the area west of Seacrest Place. Sections of the storm main are undersized and deteriorating, leading to increased risk of flooding and erosion. Replacement will improve drainage performance and protect nearby properties and reduce ongoing maintenance costs. Beyond that, drainage improvements are required in Eagle Crest. The broadage drainage network upgrades are needed throughout the Eagle Crest area to manage stormwater from heavy rainfall events. These improvements are essential to reduce flooding risks and protect both public and private assets. The Grandin Creek Culvert is one of the town's most critical pieces of drainage infrastructure, and it has reached a point where full replacement is also required to address the structural integrity, flow, capacity, and environmental protection. The Hoy Lake Detention Pond supports the town's stormwater management strategy, providing detention and controlled release to downstream systems. It will help mitigate flooding in low-lying areas and manage runoff from upstream development. Several of the town's facilities are due for roof replacements over the next 5 years. These are not cosmetic improvements. They're asset protection investments that prevent water damage, preserve building structure, and extend facility lifespan. Deferring these replacements would lead to higher repair costs in future years. The fire department's tender truck is also approaching the end of its regulated service life. Replacement is essential to ensure firefighting reliability and insurance rating compliance for the community. Specialized vehicles like these are high-cost assets that require long lead times and significant reserve funding or external borrowing. The town's fleet and equipment, which ranges from snow plowers to mowers to service vehicles, are replaced annually based on life cycle schedules. This ensures operational reliability and cost efficiency. Without regular replacement, maintenance costs and downtime would also rise sharply. Our water distribution system also includes sections of pipe that are more than 50 years old. Targeted water main replacements are needed each year to prevent leaks, maintain water quality, and support flow capacity. These investments are funded through the Water Fund, but reserve balances remain constrained. So in closing, collectively, these projects represent millions of dollars in replacement costs over the next 5 years. They demonstrate the scale of the town's infrastructure renewal challenge and why increasing annual reserve contributions and pursuing grant opportunities and other creative ways, including the rationalization or sale or disposal of assets, will be key in bridging the asset funding gap. Ultimately, this is about ensuring that infrastructure built by previous generations continues to serve our community safely and reliably for generations to come. New construction and development continue to contribute to our asset assessment base, supporting incremental revenue growth. However, this is not a long-term substitute for sustainable funding of infrastructure and services. And in closing, we have a summary of our 2026 budget calendar here. So between now and April, we'll continue refining the draft plan, incorporating council direction and public input, with final adoption of the financial plan scheduled for April 1st, 2026. And Chair, I would be happy to answer any questions on the preliminary budget presentation at this point.
Thank you very much. Getting a little bit of almost what I was about to say next. Any questions from members of council on the preliminary budget discussion? Seeing none, just 2 points. One is that when we're looking at our infrastructure gap, one thing I want to point out for the public, we've presented this as a town before, staff have already presented this, just to remind folks. In 1976, our population was under 2,000. In 1996, it was around 8,000. And so what basically happened with our infrastructure is a lot of it was built in about a 15-year span. And so that's Eagle Crest, that's Chartwell, a lot of our horizontal, so your water, your wastewater, all those lines, they all have a specific age. So I can't remember if it was Bob Weir who presented it ages ago, but he showed a graph which showed the age of our infrastructure and how much of it is in different years. And there's basically a hump, right, is what I'm trying to get at. So we do want to make sure we don't have in 15 years' time a massive, oh, by the way, we're replacing half of Eagle Crest this year, and here's your $20 million infrastructure bill or some absurd number. The second point, though, is just one that a citizen mentioned to me, Mr. Hare, which I thought was a very interesting philosophical point on reserves. Because generally, I've traditionally been very much in alignment with let's have adequate reserves, let's make sure they're fully capitalized. But he mentioned that the rate of inflation for the things that we do as a town. So this is one of the reasons our taxes are going up more than inflation, is that our inflation for materials, for building materials and asphalt and all those other things that we use, is increasing at a much faster rate than inflation. So I'm just curious, are we, including those variances in inflationary costs in our projections right now? I know it's hard to predict because there's so much uncertainty about those numbers. I'm not asking you to predict the future global economy for the next 50 years, but that sort of gap that we see right now, is that something we're thinking about? And then should that be impacting, just like philosophically, our reserve strategy, if we're seeing very high inflation on our core materials that we use for our infrastructure? Sorry for a very difficult question, just off the cuff.
Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, it's very, very difficult to anticipate what those increases will be in future years. So when we're looking at our replacement costs there, as our asset management consultant had indicated as well when he did the presentations, we're looking at those replacement costs in terms of today's dollars. So definitely the pressures will be higher when you take inflation into consideration.
And one last thing too, as Mr. Hare pointed out, we're required by law to balance our budget. So if someone says we did a great job of balancing a budget as local government, we're just following the law, folks. So with that, I think that's the preliminary budget discussion done. And now I think we're going to move into the strategic planning PowerPoint presentation. And forgive me, I'm not sure who's taking point. Would that be Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to take the first few slides, then I'll hand this over to Director Hare to move us through the Blue Sky Capital. So this is day 2 of our strategic planning. Thank you to the public who follows along, whether attending in chambers or online. Today we're going to be looking at additional strategic initiatives, and those are that operating piece. We have 5 of them that we actually did some more work on, so those are coming before Council for the first time. Mr. Hare will take you through capital and asset management overview. He's going to give us a little bit of a tutorial on our reserves analysis. We're going to ask for Council's confirmation of capital projects that were previously approved, but we want to make sure they're still a priority. They haven't been actioned yet. Are they still in the year that Council wishes those to proceed? We also have some proposed new Blue Sky Capital projects. And of course, we'll be welcoming public input, and then we'll be asking for decision points along the way. Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole today, makes recommendation to Council for future ratification. So that's sort of a quick overview of today. I'm going to start us off with looking at 5 new strategic initiatives. And I received a really thoughtful piece of correspondence from a member of the public who said it would be useful to have a clear explanation of what the town regards as criteria for blue sky projects. So if you sort of AI blue sky planning, often it will talk about not being constrained by current limitations, practical considerations, or existing norms. In the context of Qualicum Beach strategic planning, we don't have that luxury to be that blue sky. So what we do is we keep track of all the blue sky initiatives that Council talks about during the year. Sometimes people come to you and advocate for those to be brought forward to strategic planning. Sometimes it's a Council resolution that see these brought forward. But there's sort of 2 categories in Qualicum Beach. So one is the proposed strategic initiatives, and those are more operating in nature. So they either have impact on a service level change or change in the way we do business. They have a staffing and or workplace planning impact, or they could have budget implications. So that's sort of one category. The second category, which we're also going to go into today, is the Blue Sky Capital. And I just looked up, and of course at 1,000 feet I can spot a spelling mistake, so we'll catch that for next year. Mr. Hare, if we could just change that in the slide, the searchability. So I hope that helps the public and Council to understand the difference between a Blue Sky strategic initiative and a Blue Sky capital project. So for today, right now, the first part, we're going to work on those operating pieces. The 5 sheets that we have before council are the town website improved searchability, a fee-for-service agreement with the Brown Property Preservation Society, volunteer organization requests. We're seeing an increased service level request in effect. St. Stephen's United Church has a fee-for-service request, and then we've also had a request for contribution towards a multi-purpose court at Qualicum Secondary from the school district. So if we look at the first item on the sheet, the town website, I'm just going to go back to that one slide for a sec. I'm just going to sort of explain how that fits into that Blue Sky. The town website is really a change in service level. So we've heard from the public that the searchability of documents and things like that isn't as easy as people would like, so we've brought forward a solution for that. The fee-for-service agreement with the Brown Property Preservation Society will not impactful from a budget perspective. It is a significantly different way than we currently do business. The volunteer organization request, that relates directly to that increased service level request. St. Stephen's United Church fee-for-service, that has budget impact. And the multi-purpose court has both budget impact, and it also deals with a project that isn't on town land. So again, deserving of council's lens in this context. So if we move to the first initiative, which will be the AI, staff are looking to council for a budget provision of $20,000, which would be funded from the Strategic Initiatives Reserve in year 2026 in the upcoming financial plan. And that's for that improved searchability. So I think right now people are finding that they have to type exact words or get sentences structured exactly right. AI is going to let us be a lot more intuitive with those asks from people, so we look to see marked improvement in the searchability. The second fee-for-service agreement or scoping sheet is the fee-for-service agreement with the Brown Property Preservation Society. This sees the Brown Property Preservation Society has done such amazing work in our heritage forest, and Brown Property Preservation Society is one of the signatories to the covenant for the heritage forest. So we have the Land Conservancy, Brown Property Preservation Society, and the town of Qualicum Beach. And in that covenant, it talks about us indemnifying the Brown Property Preservation Society for work that they undertake in the forest. With the changes in insurance and discussions with legal counsel and Municipal Insurance Association, they're saying that we have to tighten up on that. We need to be able to differentiate between volunteers undertaking work in that forest for the town, or someone just going for a walk in the forest, because a volunteer could do both of those things. So again, today we're looking to enter into a fee-for-service agreement with the Brown Property Preservation Society. And that is really to cover insurance, and then we'll be working with BPPS for their work plan and making sure that staff has the dedicated resources for that as we move forward into 2026. The third item is the volunteer organization request, and we know here in Qualicum Beach, our volunteer groups really make us special and just do this incredible amount of work for our community. We did that service level analysis where we really aligned our staff hours with the request for service. And so once we could quantify that and we see additional service requests come along, we have to actually put some additional budget to that. Now, we're not going to go hire 0.1 of an FTE for $9,000. But what we can do is, as we compile these requests, knowing that we're stretching our staff, when we get to something we could hire for, such as a 0.5, a seasonal, a student, we'll have that budget there that we can create solutions within council's determined budget. I'll just go to the next one, which is the St. Stephen's United fee-for-service requests. Again, we recognize the immense amount of valuable work that St. Stephen's United Church does for our community in all kinds of things, well beyond the parking lot. We were given the benefit of a presentation to really talk about the services that the church provides, and those are invaluable contributions to our community. So a huge thank you to St. Stephen's United Church for the efforts that they put forward. Staff are not recommending that we put the fee-for-service request forward in the financial plan as requested, and we would recommend that we see the church consider some sort of parking fee that they could implement. Technology has really changed, and so now you can do some pretty cool things at not a lot of cost with a UR code on a sign and things like that. We had to also consider our arrangements with other parking lots that the town uses for public parking. So we see the Legion parking lot used in the same way. We see the bus garage parking lot used in the same way. And so what we do for those organizations is a permissive tax exemption. So we do also do a permissive tax exemption for St. Stephen's United Church. It's about $1,700, I believe, the municipal portion, but it also provides an exemption for the other taxing authorities. So I think that moves us to about a $3,500 exemption. So next slide, please. And then we have the multi-purpose court at Qualicum Secondary. This was a request, council will remember, from school district asking if we would contribute to a multi-purpose court at Qualicum Secondary School. It's a little unique because this is a piece of infrastructure that wouldn't be created on town-owned land. We did see a precedent when council contributed to the Bolinas track, so it's not unheard of for council to contribute in that way. At this time, while we do have the request from the school district, we don't really have the details of that. So we need to understand what is the budget that they're looking for, what is it that they'd actually need from staff, if anything. So we are recommending that this is deferred until more details are available on the project scope, estimated cost, and requested support. So with the indulgence of the person who is running my slides, perhaps, Chair, we could go back to slide 4, and we could ask Committee of the Whole to make recommendations on each of these recommendations before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Varela. And as was pointed out by one of my colleagues, it's good also probably to get the public feedback on each one prior to making the council decision, just in case. I know how we have public input at the very end of the meeting, but Committee of the Whole is where the public is supposed to have that opportunity for input. It'd be a shame if we made a decision and someone raised an excellent point and then we have to redo a decision on the same day. It would just look really awkward. So with the first one, which is just the improved searchability, are there any comments from members of council at this time? Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I just wondered, so one of the things is the speed at which the search happens, and then also the wording. But when I look at what is a good example of searchability, and the city of Parksville actually comes up as, I did a search the other day for tree bylaw, and about 351 results were listed in 0.25 seconds. So it's exceedingly fast, and also they had a list of what that document is, similar to what we used to have with FilePro, and once you got into FilePro, its searchability was actually pretty good. So I think this is much needed. It's very difficult, even for members of council, just so the public knows, to sometimes find the document that you're searching for. So I would support this.
I would just want to corroborate Councillor Skipsey's point about members of council sometimes having a hard time. Is there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Young, please.
I would like to see this project deferred. This improved searchability. The tool is there, so yes, it takes a little more time. And given the budget restraints that we have right now, I think I want to consider some of the other things that are ahead of us this morning. when it comes to community well-being, I take that as a priority in accessing funds from our strategic reserve rather than trying to improve or advancing more in technology. I also feel that we do have a tech department that I believe is employed full-time, and perhaps they can work at their available space to do this improved searchability and not spend $20,000 at this time.
I think that raises a question. Sorry, I do see your Councillor Vanderbilt. I just want to ask a question to staff, just because there was a point raised of, if we don't fund this, could there be improvements made with our existing staffing complement? And I just think that's a good question to get cleared up one way or the other, because I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Hare.
So, Your Worship, I mean, we're always looking to, sorry, Chair. I mean, we're always looking for improvements, to make improvements, but you generally do require software licensing and professional consultant advice to improve, to implement those improvements. So it would be difficult without funding to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Councillor Vandervalk.
Thank you. That actually answers my question, because I was wondering if staff might not be able to do this without the extra funding, but apparently not. I think it is very important that we have a website that works better than the one that we currently have in terms of searchability, and I, for one, have been very frustrated at times not being able to find what I would like to find quickly. So I will support this.
And my one note was operating cost licensing, which was just addressed. So when you have different programs, there's usually an ongoing licensing cost. And I'm assuming the licensing cost wouldn't be a one-time fee, it would be an ongoing fee moving forward. Mr. Hare, please correct me if I'm wrong in that.
Chair, yes, there would be an ongoing implication which will be addressed in the operating budget.
Thank you very much. But just pointing that out, that this is something that is, in my view, needed. If I'm getting frustrated, I can only imagine citizens in our community getting frustrated as well. And the last thing you want is when someone wants to do the research for maybe a property they're looking to buy, for what are the rules, because they think their neighbor is doing something that they really don't like. You don't want to have them get so frustrated and angry that they end up calling town hall and start, how should I say it, being very forceful, I guess you could say, with our staff upstairs. So I do think this is reasonable for now. To Councillor Young's point, though, we do have upcoming budget conversations, so this is just recommendations to a future council meeting at committee of the whole stage. It is not a final decision. But Councillor Young, please.
I'm just wondering, when we have a strategic initiative reserve, do we have an allotment that is for community health and an allotment for improving technology? Are there priorities, or do we just have a pot and whoever comes up and does a request that we fund it?
Director Hare.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Young. It is a pot of money, and the priorities of how that money is allocated are based on council decision-making. So all of the requests are brought forward to council, and then council decides how to distribute that pot of money.
Councillor Young.
And then, again, could you just enlighten me as to what this, how much do we have?
Director Hare.
So the estimated balance in the strategic initiative reserves, I will get to that in our strategic later in the session. But to answer your question directly, that pot of money has been borrowed against to enable the Eagle Crest purchase. So we do have a little bit of discretionary funding in there, but not a material amount. So it's been fully allocated to strategic initiatives that council has approved to date.
Ms. Farella.
Thank you, and I believe the number at closing balance will be about $5,000 in 2025, and I won't get this number exact, but it'll be about $150,000, maybe less in 2026, and Director Hare can confirm those exact numbers later when we get to the reserves. Thank you.
And again, just to point out, this isn't for a final decision point. This is just a recommendation for future council meeting. Would there be any comments from members of the public at this time? Sorry, I don't see any more questions from members of council, I think. Okay, good. Just wanted to double check that. I'm not cutting off my colleagues. Is there any comments on this one from members of the public at this time? Mr. Whitfield, please come up.
There we go, green button. I too have had great difficulty over the years accessing information on the website to such the extent that I've given up. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, and just for the record, if you could state your name, please. That's for our staff's benefit, because when they do the minutes, they do want to say who said what. Any further questions from the public on this one? With that, is there a recommendation from council? Councillor Skipsey. Moving the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. Any further discussion on this at this time? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so I think that passes unanimously. Moving on to the second one. Sorry, it's swiveling my head here. Second one is for the service provider agreement for the Brown Property Preservation Society. Any comments from members of council? Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, there was some conversation around whether it's better for the Brown Property Preservation Society to get their own insurance and then the town reimburse them. But I think that privately you would never get this type of rate. So I think it's financially in everyone's best interest to go through the town. So that's why I would be supporting that. Thank you.
Ms. Frella.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to that, you'll see the recommendations on the screen. So we're asking to enter into that negotiation for the service provider agreement. We're also going to be looking to present that agreement to council for future approval. And we're also going to request the Brown Property Preservation Society to provide its 2026 work plan to staff. And both the Brown Property Preservation Society and the Heritage Forest Commission have been advised of this. We've had a discussion at the table about this. So hopefully, again, we tighten up how we can work collaboratively for the betterment of our community and that incredible icon that is the Heritage Forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members of council? Councillor Young.
I just want to clarify that the Heritage Brown Property is a nonprofit organization. So would this open the door to other nonprofit societies to ask us to help them get a better rate in insurance?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So again, this one's a little unique because of the covenant in which we are to indemnify the Brown Property Preservation volunteers. We just need to make sure that's structured in a way that they are protected through our insurance. Again, how do we differentiate from volunteers who are just taking a walk in the forest, who do a lot of volunteer work, or are they actually there doing work on behalf of the town? So I think we have the insurance piece and the process piece that we have to tighten up on. Again, I think with providing work plans in advance, it also allows our Parks Department to provide a better level of service if we can anticipate how are we going to manage all of these multiple requests from multiple groups. If we can start getting those in advance, we can schedule and we can provide a better level of service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from members of council? I've been out of the insurance game for quite some time, but I do think that the costs that MIA is charging would be roughly comparable, if not significantly less. to the private sector. The other thing is that the Brown Property Preservation Society is a unique animal in Qualicum Beach as terms of the agreement between the town and the society. And I'm assuming because they're a society, to answer Councillor Young's question, they're probably a society. I see one of the people deeply involved with them nodding, so I'm assuming that's correct. But I do think it's reasonable at this time. And the only concern I'd have is just making sure that we sort of put in a fence around where the agreement is operable, essentially. So this isn't for all areas of Qualicum Beach. It's not a blanket liability coverage for the person in everywhere they go in town. It's for work on that property, because the recommendation is that we're going to start negotiations that can be dealt with at a later date. We don't have to worry about that now. So with that, are there any comments from members on the public on this item? Mr. Whitfield, if you want to come up again.
Thank you, Tom Whitfield, President of the Brown Property Preservation Society. And I just want to say that I muster kind of 10 to 20 volunteers, probably about 6 times a year, to do volunteer activities in the Heritage Forest. People love coming out. They have a sense of community. People approach me around town and say, hey, when are we going to have a next volunteer effort? It's really good public relations for the town to have volunteers come out. And so it's something that we want to continue. I did look into the cost of insurance a couple years ago, and it was $3,000 to $4,000. And so our membership fee is ridiculously minimal. It's $15 for 3 years. We are a nonprofit. We get cut rates on different things that we do, like our website, our maintenance of the website, that kind of stuff, because we are a not-for-profit. And so for us to take our own insurance, we'd have to jack up that annual fee significantly. And so it would be great if the town would agree to cover the range is kind of $450 to $650 for an MIA clause. It would be super if the town could see fit to do that. And this would roll over. It's an annual thing. But it would be great to keep the volunteers in the forest and just to make sure that we are covered. Thanks very much.
No problem. A well-oiled machine at this point, Mr. Whitfield. And just to reiterate to his point, yes, how it would work is you just do an endorsement on the insurance policy, carries over automatically. Okay. With that, any further comments from members of the public or members of council? I saw Councillor Skipsey for a second, but members of the public at this point? I don't see anyone else. Councillor Skipsey, sorry. Is it okay with Ms. Svensson if we move the two as a block? Okay. There's this and further to that, so it's like 2.5. Councillor Vandervalk seconding. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Passes unanimously. Moving on to the third. This is for increased volunteer activities on town-owned lands. And sorry, I'm not sure who would speak to that. Is it maybe Ms. Varela who would speak to that just for 1 second?
Thank you, Chair. So again, this is for volunteer groups who may be a society, who may have insurance coverage, or they may not be a formalized society and they might not have insurance. So if we have volunteer groups who do not have insurance working on our town land, they actually need a certain level of oversight, if you will. So we need to do an orientation, we need to do a tailgate. If we have the same group that comes out, the staff need gets less, but the challenge is the volunteer groups, the people who participate, often change for each event. So it's a really significant amount of staff time that we put forward to support these groups. And again, if we can get those work plans in advance, I know both staff and some key members of these groups are working really hard to get ready for 2026. This just allows us to continue aligning our staff support. Again, for that oversight, the orientation, often there's cleanup of invasive species. Once it's been removed, it has to be collected and disposed of. So the time adds up quickly. So thank you again, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from members of council on this point? Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and then I have a question. So firstly, I attended a session at UBCM about invasive species, and I asked one of the presenters about, well, how do you deal with insurance? And their suggestion was about perhaps naming different groups on the insurance. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure staff knows exactly how that works, but it seems like insurance is becoming more and more of a topic and a concern. So anything we can do, I think, to protect our volunteers and protect the town is worth looking into. One of the things about the work that's done, it's also sometimes time sensitive. So I think making sure that the resources are there to support the volunteers. You know, in the spring, there's a lot of growth that happens. So if you can get in there and get ahead of some of the weeding and whatnot, then that's beneficial. The other thing, the one thing I had a question about is, will this be monitored going forward? Like, for instance, I think of our hire for the tree bylaw. So we hired a full-time person, but in reality, that person isn't working full-time just on the tree bylaw. So will we be keeping track and measuring sort of expectation versus what actually happens in reality? Thank you.
Ms. Varela, if you'd like.
Thank you. So that was part of our service level review, is actually that we changed all of the coding for time cards, so we can actually see, and we sort of categorize them within business making opportunities for council, if you will. So we now will know going forward how much time we spend in the heritage forest, for example, or how much time we spend in specific areas. If council is faced with decision making that we don't have the correct data for, then again, we can look at adjusting those timesheets. But we'll be coming up on 1 year of that data going forward. So I think that will be really useful. And again, we can adjust that. Staff will be reporting out on that after we hit that first year. I'd like to see where we're actually landing. And with regards to the staffing, I think it's just worth noting for the record that the person who was hired for the tree bylaw, again, we had to morph because of Bill 44. So even if we hadn't staffed up for the tree bylaw, I would have had to ask for that with the implications of Bill 44 and also support for the engineering department. So that position has become really important to our organization. But again, I think it would be useful in the next quarter update that you receive, that you can receive that kind of explanation on how that staff person is being employed, because I think it surfaced a few times, and I would just ask the Director of Planning that we report out at a future quarterly reporting on that. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from members of council? One thing I just caution to is that 1 or 2 groups to extend insurance coverage is probably reasonable. The more groups you involve, the more likely it is for there to be a claim. And generally speaking, your insurance policy, the more claims you make, the more you're going to pay. So I just be cautious about having too broad an application of all volunteer organizations. You just show up at town hall and get your free insurance. I think we want to maybe have a little bit of a parameter on this. But this is something the only question I would have is to staff. I totally understand how we'd want to have like initial sort of sit down with the volunteers and make sure this is how we do things. Is there any way we could sort of train a trainer in any way, or get someone with the organization to be the dedicated person so it's not always town staff? Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So that's one of the nuances. So if it is a group of organization or a group of volunteers that is not a formal organization, they are required to have town oversight. So if it is an organized group that comes in and does work on town land or specifically for the town, and for example, Streamkeepers does both of those things. They do a lot of work on town land that isn't specifically for the town, then they carry their own insurance with the town named as an additional insured. So it just depends on the nature of the group, how they're structured, Do they have their own insurance? And what is the type of work they're performing? So I think we'll be reporting back. We're also exploring with another kind of program. We're looking at other municipalities on a model they have about sort of adopt a park, if you will. So we are exploring some other opportunities going forward, but please stay tuned. Thank you, Chair.
Well, the work the volunteer groups will exceed the budget provision. If we had to do that ourselves, it'd be a lot more money if our park staff was doing that. So with that, are there any questions from the public on this item at this time? Ms. Jacobson.
Here we go. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm here representing Friends of the Qualicum Beach Forest. I guess we've been in existence since 2019. We are not a registered not-for-profit. We don't have insurance, and we don't have plans to become one. But we do have a large group of people who are interested in the health of our urban forest. Since our founding in 2019, we have led some ivy busting activity in the community off-leash dog park and at First and Beach in the village. And we have made a request to the town for up to 12 sessions in the community park, which has off-leash dog park, which has a serious ivy infestation. And we don't believe that the town staff will ever have the time to deal with that. From our perspective, this is a very low-risk activity and needs not involve much staff time. The staff time would be relegated to safety briefings and removal of the planted material, and we'd be happy to work with them to find a more productive way to accommodate this. And for the removal of planted material, of the invasive material, there's no time sensitivity. It can be done at any time the staff is working in the area. As our urban forest, comprised of all trees on public and private land, and which provides so many benefits, is under serious threat due to climate change, ongoing development, and the growing incursion of invasive species. These ivy-busting work parties attract attention and a good vehicle for engaging and educating the public. So we sincerely hope we can find a way to accommodate our group, which has certainly the health of our urban forest in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know Heather knows your name, but just for everyone's benefit, if you come up to the microphone, do try to add your name as well. Any further questions from members of the public or members of council? The only other point I'd add too is that I know on social media a little while ago there were some people saying, well, little knickknacks in the forest and this is my little contribution to the town, and some of them go missing. So I do think that as we move forward with this, we want to make sure that we sort of scope out what are we actually supporting and what is not something we're actually supporting, so folks don't sort of, how should I say, volunteer themselves, let's say, and maybe then we actually have to have a conversation about, okay, well, that's not really what we wanted you to do. But I'd rather have too much enthusiasm than none at all, so at this point, I think we're ready for the recommendation. Councillor Young, and then Councillor Skipsey seconding. Any further discussion on the point? All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we have St. Stephen's United Church. Are there any comments from members of council first on this one? Okay, looking around. Councillor Young.
I'd like to mention, and I've gotten enlightened as to all the community services that this church uniquely does for our community. And they're asked for funding support, and they refer to the usage of the parking lot. Yes, that's one way to get revenue, but the ask is for the resiliency of this church. This church does a lot for our community, and nowadays the younger generation isn't attending the churches, so a lot of them are in a deficit. But I'm in support of some sort of funding support for this church because it does uniquely so much for this community. I was just enlightened by some of their board members as to all the things that they do, and I would like to see that funding support for some of these things, because otherwise they won't be able to continue doing some of these community well-being things that they provide, and or being able to do more. So just I got enlightened as to the numerous things that they do. They do community meals, they do the coldest night of the year, they do youth programming with SOS, providing a meeting place for healthcare professionals to meet unhoused clients, and offering a home to many groups like the 12-Step program. And they also do they're a true partnership with our town. I would like to see if we can address this need for funding, and I would like to see what my fellow councillors would like to say on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any further comments from members of council? Councillor Van der Valk. Sorry, Ms. Varela, I didn't see you there.
Thank you, Chair. So just pointing out again that staff recognize the valuable services that the church does provide. This is a special request for the parking lot. Thank you.
Okay. So, sorry, Councillor Van der Valk, bad timing, but I think it's your turn now.
Thank you. I want to be proactive against a coughing fit, so thank you. I'm just wondering, in the staff comments, on the first line, the town sees public parking occurring on a number of lots throughout the town, including the old bus garage site and the Legion. I'm assuming when referring to the old bus garage site, that is referring then to the Naked Naturals part of the site. Is that correct? And I believe that they receive quite a substantial tax exemption
Ms. Varela.
based on that.
Thank you, and I'll just look to Director Hare to confirm my number, but I believe they receive a $12,000 permissive tax exemption for the exclusive use of that parking lot. So there is no other use that goes on there except for public parking, if that's correct, Director Hare.
They will receive a permissive tax exemption in 2026, and the exact amount, I'd have to go back and check my records, but I believe you are correct that it is in the neighborhood of $12,000. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, so is when it's mentioned the exclusive use of that for public parking, is this circumstance then changed because the church uses it sometimes and it's public parking other times? Is that the implication?
Ms. Varela.
I think there is a distinction as well because the church does use it, but I also think it's based on the permissive tax exemption. So based on the area available, the exemption from all taxing authorities for St. Stephen's United Church would be the approximate $3,500. So it is a smaller amount.
And is the number of parking stalls that are provided, is it substantially less than the Naked Naturals? Could be, or would be, or might be?
I think
we don't
Mr.
have a
Sales has
proposal in
this
front
one.
of us.
No, it's a good question. Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. The number of stalls in the St. Stephen's parking lot is less than the land that the town has an agreement with Naked Naturals. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my personal feeling is that it would be difficult for the church to set up paid parking. It may be easier through technology, but basically, I think the only people that really would benefit from that is the people that are looking after the parking. And I don't know if St. Stephen's would see any real revenue or income from that, because people might say, well, I'm not going to pay for parking, but park there anyways. They might say, well, then I'll park over here, and parking seems to be a big problem within the town. We've got other proposals in front of us today about remediating parking difficulties. So I think if we have this asset well, the church has the asset. I would like to see them supported in some way, shape, or form. I'm not exactly sure to what extent, but I would like to see them supported.
Any further comments from members of council? Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. First of all, I did have a conversation with the mayor about this, and he was not in favor of the staff recommendation as presented. He felt that it should be deferred to budget for further conversations. And personally, I agree with that approach as well. It doesn't feel very community-oriented to put all of this onto this organization, in that it's the services that the town is providing, like rental of the community hall and the license for the farmers market and whatnot, that actually impacts the use of this parking lot. So I think we have to be accountable somewhat going forward. So I would like to see it referred to budget to further that conversation as to what that might look like.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skipsey. And I'm just going to go first, and then if anyone wants to go second, we can go second. So I don't entirely agree with the staff recommendation. In my view, I just think operationally, how would this unfurl? So let's say they do the minimal infrastructure QR code. Okay, well, I'm thinking of the farmers market. How many of those folks from the rural areas around us who probably don't love authority as much as some of the folks in Qualicum Beach, how many would be likely to not pay? And then who would be issuing the tickets? And then who would be doing the towing? And I don't know if that's a great look for our farmers market to have a vehicle being towed away for one of the vendors. I just see it be as a real headache, let alone a bonspiel, if there's a bonspiel for the curling club, that someone comes from out of town and now they're getting towed away for their rental, and it's going to be a noose towing or some other business like that, and then God only knows where they're going. Because when you get towed, you go to a place, and it might not even be in town. So I just think that it creates a whole can of worms. I think the 12,000-ish valuation for Naked Naturals, there's not really a lot of town events that happen there. You could argue Tosh, which is sort of a degree of separation. It's not quite the same, but I think because we have a much larger impact of town operations, how should I say it, hosted operations, that we can discuss the expenditure amount. I think there's maybe a little bit less. I was looking at comparables, which would be more than the Nanaimo Convention Center for an hourly rate, which is a little bit less than the hourly rate they have here, which is, I believe, from a Parksville source. But that's still, I do think the fundamental idea of having at least a 2-year agreement with some stable funding would be reasonable. That puts into the next term, the next council will have 1 year, and then they can look at what they want to do. But I do think it's reasonable to have some form of stable funding to recognize the impact on their operations. And I don't think, relative to the benefit it provides the town to the amount they're asking, I don't think that there's a huge disconnect there. I think it's a reasonable amount. But we might want to, we're going to have a lot of requests, so budget's going to be fun. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So staff will take direction to bring this back in budget. I think the challenge before council will be to figure out, is it a permissive tax exemption for a parking lot? Is it a fee for service, or is it a grant and aid that you're looking to provide for the valuable community services that they provide? Because then you'd also have to be waiving your policy. So again, with direction, staff will take that away and we'll bring something back in budget with council direction.
And that's why it's great that as committee of the whole, we're not immediately moving this, because that does need to be clarified. Councillor Skipsey.
Well, one of the suggestions that was made to me, and I don't know if it's something that staff would want to consider or not, if it's out of the question, but is having some kind of parking premium when we rent the community hall out, or we do the lease for the farmers market. Should they be paying something for the privilege of all the parking? So that might be something we want to consider if we want to maybe recoup some of the costs.
I would say, to your point, I do know, I've been told in the past that the farmers market has one business license, and that's basically the revenue we get from them directly. But it is a great thing to have in the community. We obviously don't want to blindside anyone with, here's your bill. But I do think, to your point, there's a good conversation with the user groups of, here are all the impacts, how do we share this equitably? But I do hope that there is something in the budget that's reasonable. With that, any further comments from members of council? Councillor Yam.
I'm just thinking if I see there is the chair from the church and other board members from the church, if they would like to weigh in on it, and possibly would they consider, I don't know, more detail in a fee-for-service, and fee-for-service just to support some of the many awesome services that you give to our community. And it's not just about parking revenue. I'd like the church members to speak to this, if possible.
I think there's going to be a section for public feedback, very near future. Any further comments from members of council? And with that, excellent timing. Comments from the public, and I see a gentleman coming to the microphone already. If you just give your name and fly at it.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone, staff and councillors. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your time. We realize we've taken up quite a bit of your time, both reading emails and documents and pieces around this. We appreciate that time very much. As much as we appreciate the relationship that we have with the town, this is an important relationship. It's been excellent, and we want it to continue to be excellent. We appreciate the tax deferral, of course. We do wonder how it's calculated when we look at what other groups receive compared to what St. Stephen's lot receives, but that's another question. We're looking forward, and we'll look forward to working with staff to make sure that we've got all the right data in place when this comes back to council next time to say, this is what's legitimate, this is what's fair, certainly, Our big deal right now is, as we said last week, is how do we maintain our facilities, just like you're struggling with your budgets, to how do you maintain your infrastructure so that you can continue to offer services. That's our issue as well. And so we're looking at what are all of the pieces that we've got that we can do that with. The free parking piece, you'll have heard us say lots of times, but we believe the town's on the right track with this, and it encourages people to participate in this town. We don't see anybody winning from paid parking in our lot. It certainly not St. Stephen, certainly not the town, and sure as heck not the people that use our lot. If you drive past there this morning, it's right full again of curlers, and people using the hall. We're happy to do that. Thank you again for your time. We do look forward to, if you choose to defer this for another opportunity for discussion and clarification, we look forward to that opportunity to work with staff to make sure that we've got all the data, as you said for the previous one, that makes this a proper and correct decision for town council. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Oh, and just one more time, if you just could say your name for Ms. Svensson.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Earl Geddes, and I'm speaking on behalf of St. Stephen's United Church, and some of my colleagues are here with me that are regular attenders, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Earl. Any further comments from citizens in the gallery at this time? Seeing none, I do think there's a bit of a consensus from council. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
I'd like to move number 1, but strike the word not, so that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the initiative titled St. Stephen's United Church Fee-for-Service request be forwarded to the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, and I'll also move the second recommendation as well.
Yeah, and those two will go together, seconded by Councillor Vander Valk. And so any further discussion on this point? I would say, too, in the booklet, there is a detailed breakdown just for citizens of how they arrived at their number. So if you're worried about the numbers, it's in our agenda. With that, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? Moves unanimously. Thank you very much. And I think that was the first block, Ms. Farella. Oh, is there one more? My apologies. This is the one I knew was going to take the longest, sorry. My apologies. Yes, the KSS, the multi-use court. Is there any member of council or staff who want to take point on this one? Councillor Skipsey, please.
Well, I thought I would just provide a little bit more background. So when the Bolinas track was being, the fundraising portion was taking place, and communities had recently received money from the province for growing communities, and we were asked to put a sizable amount towards the track at Bolinas. And what was done instead was that council had a conversation saying that we would be willing to donate or contribute a certain amount, but over and above that, we would prefer to put the money into our own community, our own school facilities and whatnot. So that's the conversation that happened. The school district caught wind of that conversation and followed up on it. I'm not sure where the multipurpose court is currently. There was a proposal that I was attending last year, one of the PAC meetings, and their works department was presenting on what it might look like. But yeah, without having an update from the school district as to exactly where that is at, it's hard to know. I think that perhaps maybe a better approach might be not to specifically mention the one project, but that that maybe we look at collaborating with the school district on projects requesting support in general, because it might be something else. It might be their food garden that they're looking at, or another project, maybe improving their fields, the track around the current field and whatnot. So I do have, I wordsmithed a little bit a motion, but I'll let other council members weigh in first. Thank you.
I appreciate you being prepared, but yeah, let's just let everyone get maybe their first shot. Any further comments from members of council? Sorry, Councillor Young.
I concur with Councillor Skipsey on this. It is a high school in our community, and to share some of the costs in it being a better facility, I would support that.
Okay, Councillor Vandervalk.
I'm not quite sure exactly how I feel about this. I do think if the school is providing services or space above and beyond their own use, then I would support this. But realistically, the school board is responsible for the maintenance of their fields, and taxpayers are already paying taxes to the school board or for schools. So I'm not exactly sure how I feel about this. I think it would be, I'd like to know more about details of projects, as Councillor Skipsey mentioned, and we just don't have that information, what the use would be, and if it's open to the public.
Okay. And just to sort of follow up, because I was the liaison for the track committee for the longest time, I'm pretty keenly aware of how that unfolded. And that started off with the school district themselves saying, we're putting half our reserves into getting a track around Bolinas finally. It was in a rather sorry state, quite frankly. It was actually quite embarrassing. And then there was a multiple different governmental organizations sitting at the table with the school district, the town of Qualicum Beach, the regional district in Nanaimo, the city of Parksville. I spent about a year trying to convince the mayor of Parksville it's a good idea for him to actually get infrastructure in his own community. Figured that one out. And then it was, everyone was contributing. And where I think also to Councillor Skipsey's point about getting a little bit more detail, A, I don't want us to commit to a project that they actually don't want to do. B, I don't want us to be the only person at the table. When historically we were, it was a regional collaboration effort in the past with the school district. I've seen some images of some of the town facilities that could use a bit of work in the past. I'm not trying to be too critical. The only thing I'd point out too is that the school district also has a massive operating deficit right now. So they're in a very difficult place in terms of their budget. So I'm not sure where they are. When they are advancing things that come from their reserves, they will have money coming in because they're selling properties right now in rural areas. And I believe for school districts, I was told at the time, they can only replenish their reserves through the sale of property. They can't just, like we do it basically through taxation over time. They don't have that option, apparently. If I'm wrong, I do sincerely apologize. So I think starting a conversation with them is a great idea. I just want to make sure we're not alone at the table, because it would be a shame for us to all collaborate for a Parksville's project, and when there's Qualicum Beach's project, no one else shows up. I really want to avoid that. The whole point was we keep working together for every community's need, and we cycle through things. So I know, Councillor Skipsey, you had a motion you wanted a wordsmith, but should we maybe hear from the public first on this one, if that's okay? So are there members of the public who want to speak to this item on the agenda? Second call. Anyone want to speak to this one on the agenda? I'm not seeing anyone at this time. Okay, fair enough. Councillor Skipsey, I believe you have a motion prepared. Oh, sorry, Councillor Young, my apologies.
Can I just say one more thing, that working with the school district, I think would be nice, but also can we ask the KSS PAC to do some fundraising to put some money in it too? So it is, getting the parents and the families involved as well, so that we're all collaborating on a good thing in our school and in our community.
Mr. Sales is someone who has younger family members who recently were in high school.
Well, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to add some additional information. I did attend a meeting last year with the school district to discuss this project, and they are bringing in stakeholders from a wide range of organizations. So we had the regional district, the parent advisory committee, Qualicum First Nation, and a number of different organizations. So it's still really in its exploratory phase to kind of determine what the scope would be of this project in the first place. So that's why the recommendation was relatively open-ended. It sounds like council is advancing something that's even more exploratory or open-ended in discussion, but we would come back to council with more information when the school district kind of refines what they would like to proceed with in the first place.
And we could either amend the motion that was provided by staff to your point. I do think there's a little bit more vagueness at this stage than even this, or we could come up with a new one altogether. So Councillor Skipsey, enlighten us as to which of the two you prefer.
Okay, well, I had just amended the motions that were put forward. So the first one would be that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that Council authorize staff to collaborate with the Qualicum School District in 2026 on, and then instead of being specific, on projects requiring support at Qualicum Secondary School.
And the only, firstly, should there be should we do them each individually? Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Vandervalk? Discussion? I just have one question. Should we specify KSS or just within town boundaries? Because I don't know the other schools as well. I know KSS had one thing that really needed work.
Well, I think in the past, we have done projects with the other schools. Like when Arrowview was created, the town contributed some money towards the fields to make sure that they were of a decent standard and a drainage standard. And when the elementary school was moved from the center of town out to the outskirts, we also contributed towards playground equipment. So I think we have done some of those things in the past, and maybe now it's time for the high school to get their share.
Fair enough. And also with the precedent at Bolinas, it has a nice mirroring that is a high school and another high school.
Oh.
Any other affirmative comments on the motion as amended, or as presented, rather, by Councillor Skipsey? Oh, sorry, Ms. Benson.
Yes, can I just ask for clarification? Do you still want Qualicum Secondary School at the end of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That was.
Very good point. Councillor Young. Okay, I thought it was. I think, yes, I think Councillor Vandervalk beat you to the punch. Sorry, Jean. Sorry, Councillor Young, rather. Any further discussion, Councillor Vandervalk?
Just wondering if we could have the motion read, please.
That the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that Council authorize staff to collaborate with Qualicum School District in 2026 on projects requiring support at Qualicum Secondary School.
Sound good? Okay. Any further discussion on this first motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? Thanks. Passed unanimously. And then the second part.
The second one, I was just going to change the 2027 strategic planning session to a future planning session in case it doesn't move ahead this year or whatnot. It just leaves it a little bit more open-ended.
Excellent point. Seconder for that, Councillor Young. Councillor Vandervalk, I think you might want to speak to that.
Thank you. Well, if we've made the change in point number 1, then likely we would need to take out reference to the specific initiative.
Correct. Multi-purpose court
one?
at, yeah.
Right.
Councillor Skipsey.
Well, we could do that. I did have wording that just said refer a KSS initiative to a future strategic planning session.
I think that's
we
much
wanna
simpler. If I'll just give Ms. Svensson a moment to catch up. Thanks you very much. So, so I don't know, has that motion been seconded as of yet? Oh, okay, my apologies. Should we then just consider that a friendly amendment then, if that's okay with you? Okay, is that okay with council? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Vandervalk.
Again, could you please read the motion?
That the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that Council refer a Qualicum Secondary initiative to a future strategic planning session when more details are available on project scope, estimate costs, and requested support.
Yeah, and I would also point out too, just as we have an election a year, so too does the school district. So who knows what the future holds for their plans. So it's good to not have a fixed timeline. With that, is there any further debate on the second motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we're at the next set of the slide deck. My apologies for getting ahead on that. Thank you very much. I think Ms. Varela, or would it be Mr. Hare?
Thank you again, Chair. So that wraps up part 1 of today's session. Next, we'll shift into part 2, which is a brief overview of our asset management framework that we touched on in the preliminary budget presentation, capital expenditures and reserves to set the stage for discussing this year's Blue Sky capital requests. Oh, that one jumped. I'm having trouble with the clicker, so I might just get Chelsea to advance the slides for me. I'll just say next slide. That might turn off again. Pardon?
It might have just turned off again.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So council allocates resources for capital infrastructure and asset management priorities through the annual budget process. Everything we discussed today connects back to that framework. This is a repeat slide from what we saw in the preliminary budget discussion. Again, town owns over $229 million in assets. That's at the original cost of those assets. And these assets enable services residents rely on. As part of the life cycle, they must be maintained and replaced as they age. So we contribute to asset replacement reserves each year and then draw from those reserves to fund the capital renewals. However, our annual needs, as I'd mentioned earlier, by far exceed our current reserve funding, and that shortfall, as I'd mentioned before, is called our infrastructure funding gap. The 2025 capital budget included 49 projects, mostly focused on the renewal of aging infrastructure in transportation, drainage facilities, vehicles, and utilities. By Q3, 21 of those projects were complete, 23 are in progress nearing completion, and 5 are not yet started. Those 5 are mostly grant-dependent projects, either awaiting funding confirmation or dependent on available grant opportunities as they arise. The town continues to make steady progress on asset management and incremental solutions to close the funding gap. So this slide underscores council's commitment to support staff in continuing a systematic, measured approach toward long-term service and financial sustainability tailored to the town's needs. So over the past 3 years, we've shifted to a life cycle approach to managing assets and capital spending. It's the infrastructure funding gap really that we've talked about, again, is the difference between between what's in our reserves and what's needed to maintain and replace assets as they age. In 2023, we completed the asset management plan that defined service levels and asset conditions. In 2024, Council endorsed an asset replacement strategy, balancing affordability with closing the gap. This year, staff are focused on implementing and operationalizing the strategy, so continuously updating data and improving decision-making tools. Healthy reserves are critical to financial stability. They help us manage unexpected costs and fund future infrastructure needs without large or sudden tax increases. So we really have two main types of reserves. We have statutory reserves that are created by bylaw and restricted to specific purposes with council approval needed to use them, and non-statutory reserves which are more flexible and used to stabilize tax rates, fund one-time projects, and reduce reliance on debt. So examples of the non-statutory reserves include the Strategic Initiatives Reserve, which is used for essentially one-time projects or initiatives, and another is the Election Reserve, which is funded annually to cover the cost of an election in election year. So we put an amount to that reserve every year, and then we draw from that reserve in the year of an election. So in 2023, Council created a series of statutory reserves, statutory asset reserves actually, to support long-term asset life cycle costs. This reflected best practices in asset management and laid the groundwork for quantifying our infrastructure funding gap based on risk and service level scenarios. So just turning our attention back to reserve, this slide shows the town's statutory reserves with projected year-end balances for 2025. The reserves in the lighter text represent internal borrowing. So these reserves have been borrowed against to support the Eagle Crest purchase, and they're expected to be repaid by the end of 2026 or in 2027. But the key takeaway from this slide and looking at the numbers in this slide is that funding for life cycle and new infrastructure reserves remains very tight and constrained, and none of that borrowing from Eagle Crest took place from the reserves that can take care of asset replacement infrastructure. So in terms of our non-statutory reserves, the Strategic Initiatives Reserve, as I mentioned earlier, funds one-time council-approved projects and receives an annual $250,000 tax-funded contribution, which was temporarily reduced to $125,000 in 2025 to provide tax relief. Community amenity contributions are actually voluntary developer contributions tied to growth-related amenities or council priorities. Funds from the strategic initiatives and CAC reserves have also been internally borrowed against in 2025 to help fund the Eagle Crest potential Qualicum's, the Eagle Crest purchase and potential Qualicum Commons infrastructure needs. Similar to statutory reserves, there is very limited flexibility remaining in our reserve balances here. So in addition to our reserves, we have development cost charges, which are fees collected from new development to fund growth-related infrastructure like roads, water, sewer, drainage, and parks, essentially ensuring that growth pays for growth. So in some cases, DCCs can help fund infrastructure replacements or upgrades where growth is a contributing factor. So again, to recap, capital expenditures can be funded from several sources: asset reserves, DCCs, grants, CACs, donations or partnerships, long-term borrowing, by the way, which adds to tax-supported debt servicing, so it would result in tax increases to service that debt if we were to borrow. We could also use proceeds from property sales and increases in non-taxation revenue, such as lease revenue, to help support funding to reserves. And each of these sources plays a role depending on the type of project and its purpose. So in this next section, we're going to turn our focus to replacing existing assets and the financing strategy behind it. And this connects directly to the asset management work that we just talked about. So currently, about 6% of the town's assets are past their useful life, and the remaining assets are roughly 52% consumed, which gives us an overall health score of 88%. So that's actually a strong position today. However, if contributions to reserves stay at their current levels, projections show that in 30 years, 32% of our assets would be past their service life and 90% would be consumed. That would drop the health score to around 30%. And what this means is that we would actually experience a higher level of a risk of asset failure and greater disruption to services. So earlier this year, Council confirmed its direction to maintain the current overall health score. So doing so requires increasing annual contributions to asset reserves to approximately $5.7 million across all funds, that being general fund, water fund, and the sewer fund. This is the level that's needed to sustain current service levels over time. So for the general fund, asset replacement contributions come from property taxes. And for the water and sewer, contributions come from a combination of rates and parcel taxes. So to close the gap over the next 14 years in the general fund, we need to increase property taxes by about $32 per the average household each year. And the water parcel taxes by about $20 per household. And that would take about 10 years to close that gap or narrow that gap. And in terms of sewer, we would need to have our rates go up by about $9 per household for the next 14 years to narrow that gap. So altogether, that's an average of about $64 a year per household that's required to maintain the current asset condition and service levels. So again, to recap this section, our asset replacement financial strategy focuses on steadily improving reserve contributions to support sustainable asset management. At $32 per year, property tax increase is the minimum needed to maintain the current health score. Council could choose a more aggressive path to close the gap sooner. Given constrained reserves, some level of asset deferral and prioritization will still be necessary over the next 20 years. Water and sewer contributions will continue to be addressed through their own utility and parcel taxes. So at this point, we've reached a key decision point, whether to confirm Council's earlier direction to maintain the current health score of the town's assets, which would mean a 1.3% property tax increase every year for the next 14 years, or to consider a higher annual increase that would close the gap more quickly.
Ms. Varela.
And thank you. Just for clarity, because we did talk about 14 years, this decision point is brought back to council every year, but I think the recommendation actually is that commitment to get us on the path. Again, that decision will be brought back to you every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council on this point? Seeing none. Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on this? I have an assumption there'll be one or two.
Jim Noel, Qualicum Beach. I've probably got a whole bunch of questions about this, but unfortunately, I need to actually look at some of these slide material that's provided. Is that available after the meeting to have a look at? Is it available?
Mr. Hare or Ms. Varela? Mr. Hare, please.
Yes, Chair, the slide materials will be posted on our website subsequent to today's session.
Thank you.
And also, too, just if I may, some of this does relate to earlier presentations on asset management that we've had in the past. So maybe when we're providing those materials, maybe just remind folks of the longer presentation we had on that. I know some of this is fluid and some of it might change over time, but it should be substantially similar. I do recall the images of the buckets and getting that presentation on it and having a bit of debate on which bucket we wish to choose. With that, any further questions from members of the public? Please.
Marie Noel, Qualicum Beach. Could I ask you to go back to the slide previous to this one?
So we're just getting a pointer issue, so he is trying.
One more back. Oh, too far. I'm looking for the one that shows the buckets. There it is there. Okay, we'll try without it. As I understand it, the bucket and our calculation of where we are and how healthy our situation is based on an entire bucket of all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't actually tell us what's coming up currently and later. It takes this average approach over the next 20 years or longer, however long those assets are. So my question is, do we actually know what needs to be renewed in the next 5 years and where we sit in our budgets and our reserves to cover those expenses and in the next 10 years?
I believe this might be Mr. Hare's line of question.
Thank you, Chair. So a full list of assets that require replacement over the next 5 years is reflected in our financial plan or our capital assets listing coming forward to Council in January. And so we do know, and so for example, our buildings and infrastructure that's coming up for renewal is based on a condition assessment report, the Altus report, as you had recalled, which we have. And then as we move forward, same thing with our water infrastructure and our sewer infrastructure. We have basically installation dates, and we are continuously looking at condition assessments for those assets as well. And we have vehicle replacement schedules for vehicles that require replacement and are at end of life. And those will all be presented in detail to Council during the public open house and budget process.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it is important for both Council and the public to understand that asset management is an ongoing changing document. So, you know, every time we open up the ground, we excavate something, we add more to our database. Every time we do camera work, we add to our database. We're undertaking 2 master plans that are going to impact this. We're doing a water master plan as well as a stormwater master plan. Both of those pieces are also going to impact the outcome of those, what do we need to do in 5 years and 10 years. So it's not a one-time answer, it's something that stays live and changes, and we keep bringing that information back to Council annually.
And sadly, it generally is on the side of we have to do a little bit more. It's rarely on the side of we have to do less, sadly. But it is an excellent point that we should have essentially one, as we're doing all things website or doing that meeting, having essentially one presentation where you have, here's page 1 of this, here's page 2, here's page 3 for the different types of services. I think it'd be advantageous just for transparency, although I know staff are incredibly busy, so I'm not trying to give you lots of extra work to do. Are there any further questions on this fundamental point? I do think we've had this debate in the past on asset management, and once again, we seem to be fixated on buckets in this conversation. But generally, the idea is that we have a high level of maintenance of our infrastructure overall, and then there's more details in future meetings. Oh, sorry, one more time to the microphone, please. Ms. Varela, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's also useful for both Council and the public to understand that not everyone has an asset replacement financing strategy. So Qualicum Beach is actually quite advanced in having this. A lot of communities our size are not there yet. So I think that's something to be proud of. We're on the path And like I said, it's ongoing. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, James, I just want to reiterate too that this has been the work of staff over like a decade or more. This is not just a one point in time. There's been years and years of work going into this, and it's, as Ms. Varela indicated, it's a fluid process which is ever ongoing. Sorry, James, my apologies for keeping you.
Jim Noel, Qualicum Beach. There was a reference in some of the scoping sheets to the Altus report, and I've heard reference to it again today. I did a search on the website, and I couldn't find it. So does it exist, or I guess it does exist, but is there a copy of it available to see? Thank
That
you.
is an excellent question, Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So yes, the Altus report does exist. I think we'll be bringing that back to council for presentation, which will also be useful for the public, because we've actually, it was a point in time, and then I think our staff have done more work. So for example, you know, does that roof really need to be replaced next year, or can we get a couple more years out of it? So I think we'll be bringing that back to council to present the ground truth version of the Altus report. Thank you.
And to Mr. Noel's point, I do recall the grants for it. I'm not sure if we've formally received a presentation of all the data yet. I know we've been referring to it individually, piecemeal, on different projects for building maintenance, but it's a good point. But it also loops into the search functionality as well.
But is there a copy of it available now to look at now?
I'm actually not sure. Staff?
If Mr. Noel wants to contact me afterwards, I'd like to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on asset management any questions from the members of the public? Okay, with that, we do have the staff recommendation decision point, moved by Councillor Skipsey, seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. Any further discussion on this point? Seeing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we're getting very close to noon, which is when we're supposed to take a break. So I don't know, Ms. Varela, what would you recommend? Do we carry on for another 10 or?
I think we can work through to slide 33,
okay.
Depending on council's decision-making time.
So how about we just proceed to 12 and then we'll see how we're doing at 12 o'clock. Please.
Thank you. So now let's shift our focus from replacement to investment. And we're talking about investment in new assets or enhancing our assets. So these are projects that are driven by master plans, operational needs, council, community, blue sky requests, and typically funding sources for these include grants, long-term borrowing, sale of existing town assets, development cost charges, CACs, donations, and the asset investment reserve. The 2025 capital budget originally included $2.3 million of investment in new assets, and it was later amended to add $8.8 million for the Eagle Crest Golf Course acquisition. Our main funding source for the new assets is our asset investment reserve, which currently receives a $300,000 annual contribution. $50,000 of that is earmarked for accessibility projects and $100,000 for smaller community transportation initiatives. So only leaving about $150,000 being added to the reserve to address new infrastructure requirements. That's modest compared to the community expectations. It's also worth noting that adding new assets increases the funding pressure on existing infrastructure, as our CAO had mentioned earlier, while selling or repurposing assets can help reduce or alleviate that pressure. So this slide lists examples of new or enhanced infrastructure projects, each requiring significant capital investment. Many are grant dependent, meaning that they can't move forward without external funding. For most grants, the town must contribute roughly 1/3 of the total project costs. So right now, the Asset Investment Reserve doesn't have the capacity to fund our share for multiple major projects. So we're at another council decision point, and based on the limited balance in the asset investment reserve and recognizing council and the community's interest in new infrastructure, staff recommend the Committee of the Whole advise council to increase annual contributions by $50,000 per year in each year of the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. And this would help the reserve grow gradually to a level that can better support the town's share of future investment opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Are there any questions from members of council at this time? Councillor Skipsey.
I'm just curious because we just passed a motion about a 1.3% tax increase. So does this 50,000, is that outside of that, or how does that work?
Mr. Hare. Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Skipsey. So the 1.3% was for general fund asset replacement. So that would go to the asset replacement reserve in the general fund. And that reserve cannot be used for investment in new assets. So this 50,000 increase recommendation would be an increase, a taxation-based increase to the reserve for investment in new assets.
I think that's a helpful clarification for myself. Is that okay, Councillor Skipsey? Okay, thank you. Any further questions from members of council? My only question is, are you sure that's enough? Just because I was looking at some of our reserves, and when I think of the scope of everything we have to do, I know in election year no one likes to say, let's increase taxes further, but I do think we want to look at maybe like what are the range of values we could be looking at, if I may.
Again, the staff recommendation was made in balancing affordability with a contribution to the reserve. In contrast to the number of initiative requests that are coming forward, it's definitely not enough. It could be a higher number.
Yeah, because I just think that with the golf course in Qualicum Commons, there's a lot of known knowns and a lot of unknowns that are going to be coming our way, I'm sure, over the next 2 years. So I do support the staff's direction here that we increase for those contingencies, but I also fear that it might not be sufficient. But I assume that for the unknowns, we'll find those out as we find them out. And then if we have to change things, we have to change things. So at this point, I think it's prudent to carry on. Any further questions from members of council? Members of the public on this one. This is for new infrastructure. I see 2 hands. Okay. So Marie, if you go first, and then Mr. Pritchard secondly.
Marie Noel. I just wanted to confirm that this is the fund that is used when we rebuild something, and we don't have the money in the replacement fund, but we're building beyond what we had before. So we would come to this fund for the improved, bigger, better, whatever, to top up. Am I correct in that assumption?
Mr. Hare, if you could, please.
Thank you, your chair. So the portion of the bigger, better would come from this reserve. So when we're talking about bigger, better, or enhancement, part of that would be replacement and part of that would be bigger and better. So the enhancement portion would come from this reserve.
And I'm going to ask a very silly follow-up question, just because I know it's been an issue with insurance companies in the past of municipal infrastructure. When we're doing our aspirin replacement for the previous 1.3%, would that be on the assumption that we're building a similar piece of infrastructure or based on what the best practice would be in the future? So I know sometimes when you're replacing infrastructure for an insurance claim, you're required to use a 1960s style, sometimes like a water pump kind of thing, and they are barely even made, and it can just be a real headache. So I'm just curious, is this, for our existing pool, are we projecting what the infrastructure should be or what the infrastructure is?
So the asset replacement model is based on like-for-like replacement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. And then Mr. Pritchard, you were next, please.
Tim Pritchard. On the first slide that was in this section entitled Investment in New Assets, at the very top, and I don't know if you can go back to it, there, right there, it says 2.3 million plus 8.8 million for Eagle Crest. I thought, is that a typo? I thought it was 8.5 million.
Ahead of Mr. Hare, it was the $325,000 we allocated in the previous meeting for the consulting fees, but I could be wrong. Mr. Hare.
That is correct, Chair. So 8.5 was the purchase price, but there are ancillary costs incurred associated with the purchase, such as due diligence, which would become part of the due diligence, and other costs, which servicing costs, exactly. So those would become part of the capital acquisition.
Okay, those types of expenses get capitalized?
Mr. Hare Sales.
Yes, thank you. So as Mr. Hare mentioned, some of the costs were related to consulting fees, so due diligence, et cetera, but servicing fees related to the preparation of land to be sold, which is a part of the financial strategy, those would be essentially recouped within the plan for next year, which involves some land sales. Thank you.
Okay. If that's the case, then can we consider that those are all the fees or expenses of that nature, or could there be more?
Either Mr. Sales or Mr. Hare.
Yes, thank you. So we do anticipate coming to council with a more detailed phasing plan for next year and potentially years beyond that would involve the preparation of lands for development, consultation with the public, and disposition. So in that overall process, there would likely be some other costs which would be incorporated into the kind of cash flow analysis over that period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pritchard. Any further questions from members of the public on this portion for investment in new assets? Seeing none, would a member of council like to advance the staff recommendation or make an alternative suggestion? Moving the staff recommendation, Councillor Skipsey, seconded by Councillor Young. Any further discussion on this point? The only thing I'd just add is that I look forward to more information if there's more information in the future, because I know this is going to be evolving. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we just heard the bell in the background, so I think we're exactly at 12. Well-oiled machine that this meeting is. So I think this is where our agenda calls for a brief break. And if that, Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Chair. The agenda is calling for a 45-minute break to allow the public to go get something to eat. However, there is also refreshments in the lobby for them.
And goodness knows we don't want our staff upstairs have to eat all of the cookies, so please take some. So with that, 45-minute recess would be in order. If someone could make that motion, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vandervalk on it, and all those in favor. We're recessed until 12:45, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. All right. And I believe we are about to get a brief discussion on Blue Sky Capital. So I don't know if that'd be Mr. Hare or Mr. Sales. Mr. Hare, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in this next section, we'll be reviewing capital projects that were previously advanced to the capital program through past Blue Sky processes. So the goal is to confirm whether these projects remain priorities. We'll also note any shifts in timing that are required due to either funding constraints or staff capacity constraints. And this section should move relatively quickly since we're confirming direction rather than making new project decisions. And that being said, I'm just going to revert back really quickly to basically just mention that the discretionary projects that we look at in Blue Sky Capital are outside the core capital program. Council's role here is to confirm which Blue Sky projects should move forward into the formal capital program review, which will take place in January as part of the 2026 budget process. So these next slides group capital projects into three main categories, and those being parks and trails, transportation, and facilities. And we'll review each category and identify which projects require a committee recommendation to advance to the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. So the projects we're going to look at are currently included in the current financial plan. So there are 3 Parks and Trails projects requiring a committee recommendation. And this table right here on the slide actually shows the years in which they're planned in the 2025 to 29 financial plan. With regards to the Cenotaph and the pickleball court projects, which were included in the current financial plan, we'll be looking at those a little bit more later in detail. Because there were council resolutions basically referring them to this year's Blue Sky capital process. The split rail fence here is a project that's on track for completion by year end, and so we won't really need to talk about that one. So the Bikes on the Waterfront project was advanced through the 2024 Blue Sky process. The council resolution is shown, and it's a bit difficult to read, it's smaller text, but it is included in your, I believe, we didn't put these in the agenda packages, so my apologies there. But the council resolution is here for reference, and staff recommend keeping this project on the books and advancing it to the 2026 to 2030 financial plan with the same timing that was reflected in last year. So we would be putting it in 2026. Regarding the community gardens, if council confirms that this remains a priority, staff recommend maintaining its timing in the financial plan as well, and it's currently scheduled for 2026. And then the proposed, this was the proposed new facility, which was grant dependent, and it's currently scheduled, in the current financial plan, it is scheduled for 2026. At this time, staff are not aware of any grant opportunities to support advancing this in 2026. And given the funding and capacity constraints and work plans for 2026, if this project still remains a council priority, staff recommend shifting it to 2028, still dependent on securing grant funding. So again, on these 3 projects, we come to a decision point for council. So based on the discussion, if these 3 Parks and Trails projects remain priorities in the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, staff recommendations are summarized on this slide for council consideration, or rather for committee consideration.
So once again, let's just sort of go through these one by one as a council and as the public. And first off, we're dealing with the bike racks. So is there any comments or questions from members of council on that project? Any comments or questions from members of the public on that specific issue? Okay, seeing none. Is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole on that first item, the bike racks? I think we have to do these separately. Okay, so Councillor Skipsey moving the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. The only other thing I'd point out too is that the line about reaching out to Chief Ricalma, I just want to remind folks that the waterfront was very much an area where the Qualica Nation historically was, there were people living there, so it's a good recommendation to do. With that, all those in favor? So that one passes for the bike racks. So next up is the community gardens. Any questions from members of council on that one? Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I just wondered if there would be any interest or in having a conversation around the lands that were acquired at Eagle Crest to perhaps put community gardens or put it on the radar anyways, as something that might be possible.
Good question. I know for myself, I was thinking near the dog park initially, before we got Eagle Crest. We have that flat land right next door. But maybe just if a member of staff want to talk about possible locations for community gardens.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair to Councillor Skipsey. There have been a number of potential locations floated at various times in the past, including the dog park area. Eagle Crest was mentioned in the context of that new parkland that's being acquired. That would be subject to future planning. So at this time, council doesn't have to determine where the community garden will be, just kind of earmarking some funding so that in a future year we can have more detailed discussions. Thank you.
And I would point out, too, just for the public's benefit, it is for fiscal 2028. So to Mr. Sale's point, this is not something we're advancing immediately. It's just leaving the space in the budget for that and flagging it. Any further questions from members of the council? Seeing none, members of the public, if they wish to discuss this one? I'm not seeing any hands. All right, with that, is there a recommendation from council? Councillor Vandervalk. Okay, so the staff recommendation is moved by Councillor Vandervalk, seconded by Councillor Skipsey. Any further discussion? Councillor Young.
Also, perhaps that we can engage with Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere as to they would like to collaborate on community gardens with the town. There was also interest by many parties at the possible healing gardens at KSS earlier this year. So I think we should also reach out to other stakeholders that might be interested.
I have a hunch there's going to be pretty broad consultation in 2.5 years' time, roughly. But definitely we want to make sure Mabry earns their newly potentially adjusted rent. I don't know if we finalized that yet, but there's a recommendation right now, I think, through our initiatives for them to have a fee for service. With that then, I think that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? That passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Next up, new facilities support park users. Any questions from members of council on that item? Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, because I know we have had correspondence from some of the park users in the past and concerns about the washrooms being open, not being opened, or space to be able to be used by some of the user groups and whatnot. I wondered if there isn't perhaps a benefit to keeping some funds available for improvements to our community park for users. I'm thinking of Oceanside Football Club. There's a lot of users, and there's also, other youth and adult sports organizations that I'm sure would be looking for some kind of improvements to what the current arrangements are. And they also, I believe, the Oceanside Youth Football has some money that's set aside that they would be willing to put towards something. That was a conversation at one time. Anyways.
So just for the public's benefit, in our previous term, what was then Oceanside Youth Soccer had received a BC Gaming grant, I believe in the order of around $200,000. So when we were looking at the artificial turf fields in the previous term, that was one of the funding streams, is that they had some money in the background. I don't know if it would be applicable to this, though, to be fair, and I don't know if they still have the funds as well. Maybe if staff have any comments on that? Because I know the discussion of changing rooms and washrooms at the playing fields has been a live discussion for several years. Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So this strategic initiative is worded fairly broadly because there have been a few options that have been discussed. There was an entirely new field house that was the concept for a while. Then it was a renovation of the existing washroom facilities. And then there's been some discussion about how to improve the area on the side of the skate park. So before jumping in on a major capital investment, there would need to be some park planning in the first place to determine what the needs are and how to address them in an efficient way.
So right now, the existing recommendation, which I think is 1 year off from the previous slide, unless I'm confused, but this would be fiscal 2027 as the resolution. I thought the previous slide said 2028 as one of the alternatives, or to discontinue. Mr. Harry, if you just maybe, or if you just move the slide previous, I just want to make sure. I know staff have been working incredibly hard. Yeah, sorry, it was. Okay, that's why I was confused. But so right now it could be either fiscal 2027 or 2028. What's staff recommendation for the year?
This was a typo on my part. The resolution here should indicate 2028 on this slide here.
The staff recommendation, just to be clear, is 2028. Sorry, I'm not trying to, I know how hard you guys are working, and there's like up to the meeting, so I'm not trying to call anyone out. It's just to make sure that when we get the resolution, it's what everyone is clear on. So with that, would someone want to move the staff recommendation or an alternative to the recommendation? Okay. Councillor Skipsey moving the staff recommendations, seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. I just point out, too, these are A, recommendations to council, and B, 2028 is very much in the next term. With that, all those in favor of the staff recommendation? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hare, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Chair. So of the 4 projects in the transportation category, listed in the 2025 to 29 financial plan, staff are seeking committee recommendations for the 3 in red here. The accessibility improvement at Fern Road and Primrose will be completed in 2025, so our focus will be on the remaining 3 transportation initiatives. For the accessibility improvements program, assuming this continues to be a council priority, staff recommend budgeting $50,000 per year across each of the years in the 2026 to 30 financial plan. This provides ongoing, predictable funding for accessibility upgrades through the community. And then for the Highway 19 entry sign project, again, if it remains a priority, this is a grant-dependent project, and staff recommend advancing this project to the 2026 to 30 financial plan with the same timing as the current financial plan, so it would be budgeted in fiscal 2027 with no change in timing. And the third one here is the multiple entrance signage and design replacement initiative, which is also grant dependent, and staff are recommending that it be carried forward to the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, again scheduled in the same fiscal 2028, again with no change in timing from the existing plan. And with that, we have the 3 recommendations on the screen here associated with those initiatives.
Okay, so once again, taking them one at a time. Accessibility improvements. Are there any comments or questions from members of council on that one? Seeing none, the only thing I would say as a person who is technically the chair for the Accessibility Committee is we have not met for a very, very long time. The last time we met was to get feedback on how the funds would be spent this year, but there hasn't been any discussion of how funds would be spent in future years on future projects. So I do think we, if we're going to commit to the expenditure, we might also want to have the conversation about which projects those funds go to, because it is basically a group of folks who are living with various accessibility issues day in, day out, and they have a lot of very useful feedback. But again, we've got a whole year, and staff have been pretty slammed for the last 6 months with everything coming our way. So with that, any questions from members of the public on this issue for accessibility improvements? Murray, please. Or sorry, I should say Mrs. Noel.
I understood that this was funded through grant money that we get specifically for this purpose, but I see it just says budget. So.
As the person who originally moved that, no, this was a ongoing tax commitment back in the day. There are specific grants like Spark grants, which we apply for and sometimes we receive, but this was intended to be a ongoing $50,000 commitment to just start upgrading different parts of town to enhance accessibility. Sorry, and staff can correct me if I'm completely wrong, but because I'm the person who moved it, I do kind of remember that. That was the intent. And we had a lot of discussion. The Accessibility Committee wanted to see a lot more money, so that was another conversation. With that, are there any further questions? Councillor Vandervalk.
Perhaps someone could refresh my memory in terms of in 2025, what did we spend $50,000 on towards accessibility? Or did we?
Is it going to be Oliver? Mr. Watson, please.
Yeah, we used all that funding for the intersection improvements at Beach and Fern, the sidewalk improvements. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yes, to Councillor Vandervalk's point, I'm not sure about the projects in the future for that. But it is a good question. I think there's been 2 years of funding for that. I'm not sure what the year previous was. Off the top of my head, my apologies. But it's a good question to see where those funds have been allocated. So with that, are there any further questions from members of the public or members of council on this one? With that, is there a resolution from this committee? Councillor Skipsey, moving the staff recommendation, I assume? Okay. Seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Highway 19 entrance signs, grant dependent. Does any member of council have any questions on this one? Councillor Skipsey.
I think this was me that put this forward way back when, maybe a couple years ago. And it was with regard to conversations that I had had with both the Chamber of Commerce and the Qualicum Collective, and a concern that you can drive by and besides the highway sign, you'd never know really that Qualicum Beach was behind all the trees on the inland highway. So I think it's worth keeping in for the time being. It may be something, I mean, it's definitely something we would want to do, I think, with partners, whether it be the Chamber of Commerce or Parksville Qualicum Tourist Association or somebody that we could work with on these. But I'm fine if we would keep them as is for the time being and go from there.
Any, Councillor Young?
I'm just curious, when we say grant dependent, do we have someone on staff that is constantly looking into what grants are available, or do we wait until we have a project and then we look for grants? How does that work?
I'm not sure who would want to respond, if it be Mr. Hare, Ms. Varela, or Ms. Varela, if you could.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So we don't chase grants, I think is the phrase. We actually look for granting opportunities that fit within chosen capital or operational projects. So we'll look for grant opportunities for those projects that council has identified. In addition, the MP's office also has a list that, you know, once we have our projects all listed out when we're through strategic planning and budget this year, there is a library of grants that they can also support us in making sure we're aware of those. So grants do take up a lot of staff time, both for applying and then the reporting that goes out with it. But again, we keep those opportunities within council's chosen direction.
And Councillor Young.
It's just that I know we have a lot of town-owned building that needs renovations, and it just, I don't know, I was cruising around on the internet there, and I saw there was some grants that were available for infrastructure renovations, but I saw the deadline just passed in early November. Did we apply for any of that?
I'm not aware. If member staff wants to respond to that.
I actually don't know off the top of my head. So again, any of those questions provided in advance would be helpful for staff, but I can report back at a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Just for the public's benefit, I've sometimes found Civic Info BC as a website. And I know staff are probably deeply familiar with it, far more than I am. But it has a lot of information relating to local government and also to provincial grant opportunities. And there's several pages, and a lot of them never really fit, but it's fascinating to see what the province is spending money on. I would say too, and I apologize if I'm getting this conversation wrong, but in the previous term, we had another CAO, and I think he mentioned once, because there was a discussion of having someone who would be part of their, or all of their responsibilities being chasing down grants. To Ms. Varela's point about chasing grants, the discussion was, let's hire someone to just chase grants, and the idea would be the grants would pay for the salary. And the feedback I heard from the implementation of that is that on paper it sounds good, but then the amount of time for senior directors to provide the information necessary to fill out the grant basically creates a duplication of effort where directors are doing 3/4 of the grant writing anyways. So they found it wasn't as productive as it was hoped. But it is the idea of being very proactive on grants is, I know something people are concerned about. The only other thing I'd say is that from both provincial staff and organizations like the Tourism Association that Councillor Skipsey mentioned specifically, who just gave $10,000 to Hamilton Marsh, thank you very much, Tourism Association. They do speak quite highly of the efforts of our staff with the grant applications that come through. The feedback I've generally heard is Qualicum Beach is very professional with what we do. Whether you agree with what we're doing is a whole other conversation, but what we do is we do it very well. The only question I would have for this one and the next one is that I'm just curious, what's the differentiation between these two projects? Because it does seem sort of like we're talking about entrance signage and then entrance signage. So maybe staff could pull apart how those two projects are different from each other.
Yes, thank you. So the Highway 19 entrance sign project was intended originally to be a large entrance sign that could be located as people are traveling down the highway to identify that they're approaching the exit for Qualicum Beach. That was the overall intention. The multiple entrance sign design and replacement project reflects the fact that we have, I think, 5 main entrance signs in various stages of disrepair, and they were manufactured with over many, many years with different design aesthetics. So the concept was that maybe there would be a more consistent design applied and manufactured at each of those locations. Thank you.
So I'll speak to the next sign in the next part because it's not this one. I would just say it as the last thing that the original vision of the Qualicum Beach Collective was not something like the City of Parksville had, which is probably be a much more expensive sign than $250. But it was for something that was more like it would be more similar to a highway sign, but it was just a little bit nicer in terms of not having a huge wooden structure around it, was the original vision, if I recall. Anyways, with that, is there any desire to move a recommendation for the first one, the Highway 19 entrance signs, grant dependent? Councillor Skipsey. And moving the staff recommendation, I'm assuming? Okay, and seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. I'd agree if we're keeping this in here for a grant dependent project, there's no impact on our budget because it's grant dependent, so that should be fine. With that, any questions from members of the public on this one? Mrs. Jacobson, please.
Pat Jacobson. I'm just thinking before you proceed with either one of these, that somewhere in the whole budgeting and strategic planning process is a brand identity, a brand refresh for the town of Qualicum Beach. And I would think that would have to come before either of these would embarked on. So hopefully those funds are somewhere else in the process. Thank you.
Excellent point, Mrs. Jacobson. Yes, it would be, that was deferred back previously in previous council meetings. That was one of the ones where it's a nice to have, was a general council debate. I don't know the exact year that's been pushed back to at present, but I do certainly hear your comment that there's no point coming up with one brand identity and then 2 weeks later we have a new one. So the point is definitely well taken. So with that, I think we haven't voted on it yet. So with that, a vote on Highway 19 entrance signs with a fiscal plan 2027. All those in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next one, multiple entrance signage design. So any questions from members of council on this one? No? Okay, then I'll just say that for those of you who are terminally online with all things local government and municipal politics, your CBC reporter is called Justin McElroy, and he did a ranking of every town's municipal signage. And the small sign where you have that little cutout, and it's right before the roundabout, which says, "Welcome to Qualicum Beach," was in the top 30 of all of BC. It was about 25th, 26th. And he said it was, simple, classy, and pretty well done, and it's a good reflection of the town. So we scored very well with Justin McElroy's. We didn't win, which, okay, everyone has different tastes, I guess. But we did very well. It is a nice sign. But I do take the point that Highway 19, the Old Island Highway on both sides, there really isn't anything. Letting folks know, and it's a very busy highway in the summertime. So with that, are there any comments from the public on this item? So this is for multiple entrance signage. Seeing no comments from the public, is there a motion from council about referring this to fiscal 2028? I'll let Councillor Young move this one, and then seconded by Councillor Skipsey, because you basically tied. And with that, any further discussion on this item in the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And I think we pass this back to Mr. Hare, please.
Thank you, Chair. So moving on to the facilities and building category, staff are requesting committee of the whole recommendations on all 3 projects included under this heading. Regarding the new visitor parking public washroom initiatives, staff will ask the committee to recommend shifting the project's timing from 2026 to 2030. This reflects both the Chamber's current uncertainty in prioritizing the project and the limited funding capacity in 2026. For Satlam Park playground and amenities, staff will recommend shifting the project budget from 2026 to 2028. The funding originally allocated was redirected in 2025 to support the Eagle Crest purchase. So the funding source is expected to be replenished in 26 or 27, which would allow this project to be reinstated in the future year as recommended. And turning to the former bus garage site, staff will recommend advancing this project to the 2026 to 2030 financial plan with work staged across 2026, 27, and 28 as proposed, as in the proposed column here. Total budget remains unchanged from the current plan at approximately $1.8 million. And with that, we can actually, we've listed the staff recommendations on this slide here. I'm just going to go back to one. I should have mentioned that this initiative here, I've only included the 2026 item. There was 250 allocated in 2025 to address the washrooms that are attached to the Satlam Park Lodge, and there were remediation costs that were addressed out of that budget as well. But that project is anticipated to either complete by the end of this year, or if there is any remaining funding required to complete it, it will be carried forward as part of the budget process. So this decision is just on the item that was budgeted in 2026.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. So with that, any questions on the first one, which is the Visitor Information Center Public Washroom? Any discussion from members of council on that one? Councillor Vandervalk.
Thank you. Yes, just in discussions with the Chamber of Commerce, they did have a plan in, I think, 2023 to renovate their building, and that's been put on hold. So there's no rush to to look at the new washrooms, because we're not quite sure what's happening with the Chamber of Commerce in that regard.
I would note, too, there's been some discussion about, there's a steady number of people who attend the visitor center, but it's not quite the numbers that they used to be. There's a slight decline post-pandemic. Not a huge decline, but a slight decline. And I recall in the previous term, when I was the chamber liaison, which is now your role, there was a lot of debate about what do we do about the building itself. Do you renovate the existing building? Do you get a new building? Do we keep the same location? Do we move to a different location? It's a very, there are a lot of questions with that. So I think it's reasonable to have it pushed back quite some ways, but at the same time, reasonable to have it on there. Any further comments from members of council on that one? Seeing none, okay. Questions from members of the community on this first issue for public washroom at the visitor center? All right, seeing none, would someone like to make a motion regarding this? Councillor Vandervalk. Moving the staff recommendation. Seconded by Councillor Skipsey. And just for the public's benefit to reiterate, this is for fiscal 2030. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Second one is the Satlam Park. Is this the washrooms or is this the park improvements? I think this is the park improvements.
Your worship, this is your chair rather.
Yeah.
So used to saying your worship.
No, it's okay.
But this is park improvements.
Yes. Sorry, and 350,000, we had an excellent, Ms. Varela.
I just want to note that on slides 47 and 49, before this is posted to the website, we will remove that title which says washrooms, because it really is the playground and amenities, so we'll correct that.
Thank you very much. And 350 was the amount. Several years prior, we did an excellent amount of public outreach. There was, I think, the public might disagree with me, but I think there was broad consensus that people liked the plan for the park itself. I think everyone was pretty much on the same page. And these funds were to just basically complete the park. Questions from other members of council on this? Okay, so my one question is, so 350 I think was the original price tag when we first did that study, and it's been 3 or 4 years. So I'm just wondering, should we expect any sort of inflation with the cost to complete that?
At this time, I would recommend that we stay with the 350, and we'll take a look at that, because this funding allocation is based on available funds from the community amenity the Community Growth Reserve Fund.
And that's fair too, because to be fair, we're not actioning this And when we would action it, we would probably get a little bit more detail on the exact cost, so that's fair. I just want to flag us, if we're going to keep this for multiple years through multiple councils, that eventually, if it's been about 10 years since you did the first study, when we finally get going, it's probably going to be a bit more than some folks might get sticker shock and not understand the history. So with that, any comments from the public on the park improvements? Sorry, Ann. Sorry, Councillor Skipsey.
Jim Noel, Qualicum Beach. I seem to recall being at a council meeting at some point where we were discussing, or you were discussing the improvements at Sadlon Park. And I recall, I think, Mayor Westbrook saying that he did a discussion with Chief Ricalma, and Chief Ricalma was very happy with the naturalness of the whole thing. So I'm kind of curious, what exactly is being planned for $350,000?
I believe it would be the study we previously completed, essentially implementation of that. Mr. Sales, maybe you could provide more clarity on that.
Yes, thank you. So the 350,000 is a placeholder to accommodate a number of things that could be implemented based on that plan. So some of the expenses that were identified in the plan included a natural playground, right? Very, very much understood that people like the idea of keeping it natural, so incorporating natural materials. Some reconfiguration of the pathways, some interpretive signage, some protection of the foreshore area in terms of keeping people on a single track, as opposed to right now where, although there's an informal path, people walk all over. So similar to the cedar style fencing that you would see at Rathtrevor. So the 350 is a placeholder to see if we can advance some of those things. Oh, also parking improvements were in the plan. So depending on council's decision making in that year, the 350,000 could go pretty quickly, especially when you start to talk about parking and pullouts.
Yeah, the parking issue was always a bit of a sticky issue. But there was a completed study. It was published in Agenda, but it has been several years. So I don't have that readily available. But I'm sure if a member of the public wanted to reach out to staff, I forget the name of the consulting firm. We used them before, but they did a very good job. Sorry, Mr. Sells, do you remember the name of the firm?
Yes, thank you. Lanark.
Okay, yeah. Lanark, yeah. Lanark, okay. Yeah, they did a good job, in my view. I thought it was it reflected what the public said in the feedback sessions we did. But hopefully staff can provide that to you, Mr. Noel, because it is a useful document to know where the money would be spent. With that, sorry, Councillor Skipsey, you had one more point.
Well, just in the handout that we have, council received, is a different motion, so I just want to make sure when we move the motion that it's the one on the screen and not in the handout, because it talks about increasing the amount to 600,000 and that be funded in 2025, 2026. So it was a previous motion that was adopted, so just want to make sure that we're clear that's the one going forward.
Excellent point. I'm seeing nodding from Mr. Hare. It sounds like there's two things, and one of which was paid this year, and then this is the second half of that total 600, to your point. So with that, Councillor Skipsey, and then Councillor Young. Sorry, I'm going to try to split up. Councillor Van der Valk. And any further discussion on the Sadlon Park improvements? With that, all those in favor? Thank you very much. And last one, bus garage, site planning, public engagement, and construction. Are there any questions from members of council on that one? Okay, so I have a couple. Oh, sorry, Councillor Young, go ahead, please.
With us going ahead on some planning, has Naked Natural, are they going to start? Like, don't we look at their design first before we implement our design around that?
Good question, Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. So the owners of Naked Naturals have indicated they're not anticipating moving forward next year, which is why we did advance with the property tax exemption for the parking lot property. Having said that, it is still in the 2026 budget because there may be town expenses in the area of the bus garage that need to be accounted for in the budget, but aren't fully identified at this time.
Any further follow-up on that, Councillor Young? No? Okay. Councillor Skipsey?
Thank you. I just wonder with us looking at the long-term use of the Qualicum Commons, whether that would have any impact to what's being talked about here.
Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. Very much so. The planning of the Qualicum Commons property and the bus garage property do complement each other quite significantly. And that's one of the reasons that staff are proposing to retain funding in the 2026 budget to account for some decision-making discretion next year for council. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from members of council? I do understand where staff is coming from. I have to admit, so we got a consultant. They put forward a draft plan for the public-owned land along Fern, essentially. There was one big question at the time. I don't know if staff have followed up on that, and I didn't provide you this question beforehand, so sorry if I'm sort of blindsiding you with this, but there was some discussion of the membrane that would go over top of the underground parking, and it would have to be replaced, and then I think the initial study said every 25 years, and 25 years, they confirmed that means you have to take out everything you've put on top. So like literally every planting, everything, every decorative element have to be removed, replace the membrane, and then put it back on top. And then someone from the public said, oh, no, you can go much longer with those membranes. You can go 35, 40, maybe even 50 years. And I'm just wondering, do we have a timeline on that if we're going to be advancing anything that was in that study, or is this just placeholder funds for potential future improvements, and we're not actioning what was recommended in that study?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Harrison. So the funding it is sort of a placeholder to address the various things in the plan. For example, the plan actually didn't say, yes, we're building the underground parking under the membrane, or no, we're not. It identifies the general intention to explore that. The most significant decision in that plan was the location of the ramp to underground parking, potential underground parking. Now, having said that, this funding is for improvements in the area of the bus garage. So once again, and just to remind council, it's for council to retain some decision-making authority for investments in the area of the bus garage property, but not necessarily specifically limited to what's in that plan.
Now, just to be really difficult, so this $1 million is probably the money from the purchase of the property by Naked Naturals, where $1 million was allocated to amenities in the area. Do we have to budget for those funds to be spent since we already have the funds? So if there's no project and we don't know what we're going to spend the money on, I'm just wondering, do we budget a potential expenditure, or do we say later in the year we're going to do a budget adjustment? And then this is the budget without that money first. And then if we have, we need to spend $500,000 for this, and if council thinks it's a great idea, we have the funds already. I'm just wondering because sort of thinking about how there's $1 million which we may or may not spend, and usually most of these are, there's a specific project which we know is going to cost roughly this much.
Thank you. So if council allocates funding in 2026, but it's not spent, then it could be considered next year and advanced to a future year, for example. But it does need to be allocated in that budget year if council wants to have the ability to spend it in that budget year. So if council decided next year to spend that $1 million and it wasn't in the financial plan now, you would have to change it. So I think my understanding is that it's better to put it in now and make adjustments later than not have it in the plan and have to justify $1 million later. But I'm going to hand it over to Raj. I was just keeping the seat warm while he thought of his answer. Thank you.
Yes, I'll endorse Mr. Sales' recommendation here. This is a placeholder, and it allows council more flexibility in their decision-making in the 2026 fiscal year. The alternative, again, it is council's decision. If council decided not to budget for it, you would have less flexibility, and it would require an amendment to the financial plan to facilitate any decision-making related to perhaps the Qualicum Commons and the bus garage site here.
And the reason being is that usually in your term, well, not in your term, in your calendar year, usually about halfway through, there's usually a little bit of a modest budget adjustment in most years. But I want to thank both directors for tag teaming there and coming up with the same answer too. So I do hear where staff's coming on that. Part of me worries about the transparency around, it probably wouldn't change the tax rate then either way, because we already have the funds. Correct, Mr. Hare?
That is correct, Chair. And again, funding wouldn't be spent without council decision-making on this.
Okay. Councillor Vandervalk.
Yeah, just have a quick question about the wording here. So the previously included in the approved 2023 to 2027 financial plan in the amount of $800,000 to be increased to $1.8 million and be included in the 24 to 28 financial plan to be funded in 24, 25, 26, and 27. So what happened to 28?
I think that was probably the resolution that created this point in the previous time, and then we have the update on the screen. But it's a good point that the two don't line up.
So, yeah, I've got too many pages of stuff here.
Okay, totally understandable.
Thank you.
No, I know this a few times I've been confused too. So, but I do think that was probably the resolution creating this issue on our report.
Right.
Mr. Hare.
Okay. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Harrison. We put those original resolutions for council's convenience just to refresh them on the original decision that was made.
And it also reminds me a bit of the skill testing questions and all those scratch and wins at McDonald's and as a little kid where you'd have these math problems and you just, oh, I'm so confused. Anyway, sorry. It does sort of make sense for the staff recommendation. Is there any further questions from members of council? Sorry, Ms. Varela, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just for council's understanding and the public's, if there's a discrepancy between what's on the scoping sheet and what is on the slide, the recommendation on the slide stands as that was our most recent piece of work. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Varela. That's actually quite helpful. Any further questions from members of council? Members of the public on this one? Mrs. Jacobson, please.
There you go. Pat Jacobson. It just seems like $1 million seems excessive as a placeholder. And shouldn't that be somewhat lower? Because it's kind of not non-transparent if it's really a placeholder kind of slush fund, if you will.
Ms. Varela, I saw a hand right away.
Thank you. It is a very good point. That $1 million comes from the sale of the land, so that's why that placeholder is there, if that's fair, Director Hare?
Okay. Oh, but sorry, just before I get to Mr. Pritchard, I'll get to you next. I know sometimes in our budgets we'll have things which will say capital expenditures grant dependent. So I'd imagine for this too, there might be a little asterisk or something, because it is a unique case to both points. Both points are correct. Sorry, Mr. Sales, please. Sorry, my apologies.
Yes, thank you. I think we can provide some written or some follow-up information to council about potential uses for that fund later on. So I think that's something we can definitely provide more detail on. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Pritchard, please.
We're still green here. On this, the $1 million, when we think about this project, the underground parking is a big component. So I guess this would be to Mr. Sales, a bit of a, through the chair, Mr. Sales. Is anybody tracking the ongoing cost of underground parking? Because you do see it in various publications. We were seeing a year or two ago $50,000 to $60,000 per parking space, and maybe it's higher. So it needs to be kept in perspective.
Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the speaker. Yes, we do keep track of that for various reasons, keeping an eye on the cost of underground parking, and it is quite expensive.
And just from local projects, I know there's a bit of a distinction between partially underground. So the new grocery store in Parksville, the new QF, they have underground parking that isn't fully underground, so it doesn't require ventilation. But if it's fully underground, requires ventilation, then the cost basically triples. Their semi-underground, I think, was 25,000 per stall. And I've heard the going rate is in the ballpark of 75,000 in our areas, what I've been told from other people. But again, staff would want to check that number. Depends on a lot of moving factors that are beyond my professional capacity. But to your point, Mr. Pritchard, it's a lot of money. No matter if it's 60, 70, it's a lot. Sorry, Councillor Van der Valk.
Yeah, I think as Mr. Sales pointed out, though, we haven't decided whether there would actually be underground parking. It was just if there is going to be, this is where the ramp would be, but we haven't really made any of those decisions yet, so it's pretty open still.
That's a fair point. I would point out, too, the parking discussion is very much going to be active in that whole area for multiple reasons. And I'm sure there's a lot more to say that when things are behind us, it'll be a lot easier to speak more to that. Councillor Skipsey, did you have your hand up? My apologies. Okay, moving the recommendation on the screen. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Young. Any further debate from members of council on that? I just want to point out, I do hear what Mrs. Jacobson said. I do have a little bit of a trepidation when there's $1 million just for something. But I do understand, too, that there's a lot of moving parts we don't foresee yet. We don't have all the information yet. So I understand, since we're not raising taxes, that I don't feel as bad about it. If this was tax-funded $1 million, I would not be supporting this. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the good comments from the public on this one. Mr. Hare, I think you're back up.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. So now we're going to shift gears once again and turn our attention to the 2026 Blue Sky initiatives. And there are 9 Blue Sky initiatives or projects for consideration in this section. And we just have a summary of each of these here, and we'll be going through each one of the initiatives individually. The first here is, sorry, I'm just going to go back to my notes here. So we've got basically the initiative for the cenotaph at Memorial Avenue at Railway Street. This was included in the current financial plan with a budget provision of $40,000 funded from the Asset Investment Reserve. And essentially, it was put out to RFP during the year and we didn't receive any responses. There was a council resolution at that time that referred this project back to strategic planning this year. And so since then, my understanding is that a contractor has approached the town to prepare a design and construction estimate to which Mr. Watson can provide additional details. But the staff recommendation for this is on the net. Maybe before going to staff recommendation, I'll hand the chair back, or I'll hand it back over to you, Councillor Harrison, for discussion on this initiative.
Thank you very much. Would members of council want to hear more detail from Mr. Watson, or do you feel you have enough information as is? Councillor Young.
I would just like clarification on what is a gas tax reserve and how does the cenotaph qualify to be pulling funds from a gas tax reserve?
Gas tax reserve is technically dated language, but Mr. Hare is the expert on that one.
That is the community, it's called the Community Works Fund now. And municipal infrastructure can qualify for funding. So the cenotaph would qualify as a town structure, as a project that could be funded from those funds.
Does that answer? Okay, looks good. And then Councillor Van der Valk.
I would appreciate more information from Mr. Watson, if we could.
Certainly, not a problem. Mr. Watson, if you could, please.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor. As you know, the cenotaph RFP went out to proposal there this summer, and we failed to get any responses back. But since then, one, we have asked for to move forward with funding for next year, and two, a local concrete company who was not aware of the RFP having been put out came forward to the Legion and said, hey, is this still an option? Because I'm interested in providing a proposal and a price. So we're waiting to hear back from him. Apparently, he's got something in mind that he was going to share with the Legion this afternoon. And if the Legion's happy with it, they will bring it forward to council for their discussion. Thanks.
Councillor Skipsey, sorry, Councillor Vedok, is that sufficient?
I don't suppose then that we know if they're going to come forward with the cost estimate, that they're within the budget or not. If it will take that amount of money, or if it'll be less or more. So do we have any indication of that, or not at this point?
Mr. Watson.
I haven't seen the price yet, but he is totally aware of the RFP, which did have the cap at $40,000 in there. So yeah, that's the figure he was targeting for, and I haven't seen the cost estimate yet.
Sorry. You hit it by like 4 times, Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, just a few things here. One, my first question is that this was budgeted in 2025, so I'm assuming then it would be a carry forward of the 40,000. Is that correct?
We wouldn't use the funding source in 2025, but the way we do budgeting, if we haven't committed on a project or if we haven't got a financial commitment on the project, then we don't carry forward the funds. We actually rebudget them in a future year. And that hence the resolution asking for it to be included in the 26 to 2030 financial plan.
Okay, so technically there should have been 40,000 surplus from last year's budget because we didn't use it, so it would be, it's kind of a shell game, I guess, a little bit. But
essentially, we would be returning those funds which were taken out of the reserve with the intention of funding this project in 2025, and then we would take them out again in 2026. So hence, they're not really a shell game, but it would not have any further impact on the reserve balance.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps a shell game with one shell.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. The other thing that's come up is the location, and is this the best location? Would it not make more sense to have it on the Legion land located nearby? I don't know if there's any thought to that or any reasoning.
Maybe Mr. Sales for this one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That location was originally proposed by the Legion because that's the location of the Field of Crosses event, and so that's why it was recommended, but certainly other locations could be explored if that's council's wish. Thank you.
Councillor Skipsey.
Well, my reasoning was that the original cenotaph was on the bottom of Memorial, so it kind of makes sense to keep it on Memorial. I think that's where the road got its name from. So I'm okay with the location. I just wanted to raise that. The other thing is, I guess, a question about any impact on long-term maintenance, because sometimes we do these things and then we figure out that it's going to take more staff time in order to keep it up. And just finally, during the break, I did share with Mr. Watson, there was a recent post about the original cenotaph on the beach from 1949, and it was designed by Sam Little. And of course, Sam Little made quite an impact on Qualicum Beach, and I just wondered if there might be an opportunity to use some of the elements from the original one as a nod to our past and when we're replicating the cenotaph. Thank you.
I think the last question would be for Mr. Watson more than anyone else. Anything else? And I don't think the rest were more comments, and correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, staff time, right, staff time and operational impact. So maybe Mr. Sales for operational, then Mr. Watson for construction materials. Right, sorry, missed that one. Sales, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maintenance is certainly top of mind for staff, so we would be looking at maintenance requirements when reviewing any proposals for that work. It is intended to be low maintenance, and I'd also remind council that that area is currently maintained on a regular basis, so it's mowed, so you have to compare current maintenance obligations versus the maintenance obligations of a hard-surfaced area with some seating. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Sales. And then Mr. Watson, please, and then Councillor Young.
I'll have to wait and see what the proposal is for what the gentleman is proposing before I can say let's add some features from the old one there. Yeah.
And then Councillor Young.
I'm just wondering that we're securing a 25-year lease of occupation with the Island Corridor Foundation. So we've only got it covered for 25 years, so would it not be more better planning if we found town land to put on so that we wouldn't be dependent on having to secure a license of occupation again down the road?
I'll leave that one for Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. So it is a 25-year lease from the Island Corridor Foundation, but once it's installed, it's likely to be more permanent. However, if at that time they had some other intended use for the railway corridor, then we would have to assess it at that time. And I'm sure you and I will both be here for that conversation, so I look forward to it.
I would also point out that in 25 years, I have more faith in the Cenotaph being there than the Island Corridor Foundation. That's just my 2 cents, although hopefully there is still a corridor that's protected. But just because there are multiple First Nations which are looking to get their land back, because the NN Railway has been non-functional for several years. Snanawas has already done so, and there are at least 4 more that are in some stage of consideration. So I am very grateful, though I do want to point out that Island Corridor Foundation in the town, in the past, it hasn't always been the smoothest thing, but this is wonderful to see them make that possible for us. The new CEO, Thomas Bevan, is a lovely, lovely person. Really grateful for all the collaboration I'm seeing with this. Any further questions from members of council on this issue? Seeing none, any questions from members of the public on the Cenotaph? Mrs. Jacobson, please.
Yes, Pat Jacobson. I sent a letter to council some months ago about the bench across the street that is, I guess, qualifies as public art, and that it would be much better positioned with the Cenotaph, as that bench is very sort of contemplative oriented. And I just find that it's kind of out of place where it is. So given that we're looking at potentially a fairly permanent and an expenditure, not insignificant expenditure, and a fairly permanent situation there, I think that should be considered at this point in time. Thank you.
Not a bad point. Is there a member of staff who want to speak to that, or is it just sort of a comment for consideration? Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the thoughts that we had with our replacement Cenotaph is it would be sort of a concrete base. Now, I haven't seen the proposal yet, but there will be areas on that pad for benches. So that is one bench that may fit over there, yes.
Right. Mrs. Jacobson, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from members of the public? Mrs. Noel, please.
Given the permanence of this, I'm asking whether or not any First Nation consultation has been undertaken.
Thank you very much. That's a good question. Either Mr. Sales or Mr. Watson, I'm not sure. Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. That's a discussion I'd like to see whether Mayor Westbrook has talked to Chief Rukama, because oftentimes consultation occurs directly from the mayor to the chief. Thank you.
Yeah, that is, usually the relationship is elected chief and mayor, not so much council to council. Worst case scenario is I can always talk to my better eighth. I'm sure Mayor Westbrook, though, will have that conversation. I'm not sure if Michael's up to speed on that. I saw him just because 2 days ago there was the Rotary ceremony at that very location, and he was attending. So, that's definitely a conversation we can have. It's a good point. Anything further from the public? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion from council regarding the Cenotaph? Moved by Councillor Vandervalk, second by Councillor Young. Any further discussion on that issue? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved as presented unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item, Mr. Hare, please.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. So the next item here is paved shoulder on Berwick Road between 4th and 5th Avenue, which was advanced by Mayor Westbrook. And for those following along with your agenda packages, the scoping sheets on pages 33 and 35. So this capital project would improve pedestrian and cyclist safety. And it was basically constructing a continuous 1.5 wide meter paved shoulder on Berwick Road. And staff are recommending that this be referred to the 2026 update to the community transportation plan. And then it can be funded through, we have a $100,000 annual allocation for community transportation initiatives and the $50,000 for accessibility initiatives. So we would take a look at funding, we would look at funding it through those and not having an additional funding source for that. And the staff recommendation is essentially to refer it to the community transportation plan.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council on this item? Councillor Vandervalk.
Thank you. I'm wondering, in terms of the rationale, is this narrower, is the shoulder narrower on this street than others? I'm just not quite sure why this street has been earmarked.
Prioritized. Mr. Watson, please. My apologies.
Sure, yes. On Berwick Road, that is an awkward part of the shoulder because people have landscaped right up to the edge of the curb, and pedestrians are sort of forced to be walking, you know, on the very edge of the traveled lane there. There's no fog line on that side of the road, so there's a potential for conflict there for pedestrians and cyclists, yes?
Okay, and then I'm going to go Ms. Varela, then Mr. Hare.
Thank you. And if everyone turns to page 35 of their agenda, there is a picture there attached. So it actually goes sort of landscaped, and then it caves in a bit, goes along the street, and then it juts back out again. So that's where the potential for conflict exists. It's not a smooth, straight channel.
And then Mr. Hare.
And if I can just add to that, I believe what I heard Councillor Vandervalk saying, Chair, was why is this project included as a priority? So it's again not a staff recommended project for inclusion in the 2026 work plan. It's been advanced through Blue Sky with support from Mayor Westbrook.
Okay, Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, my question then is, if we do forward this then to refer it to for consideration as part of the 2026 update to the community transportation plan, then will it be used the same criteria as used for all the other projects? It'll go through that and end up somewhere on that priority list, or are we kind of jumping this one to the front of the lineup?
Good question, Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. So referring it to that process would mean that it will be evaluated in the same way the other projects are. There is another project actually addressing this stretch of Berwick Road that's also on the list, so it would allow the consultant to compare it kind of apples to apples. Thank you.
Okay. That's also a question I would have had, so that answers that. Any further questions from members of council? And then for myself, the picture that Ms. Varela drew attention to, I just seeing where the note says pave a 1.5 meter sidewalk behind the curb. So my assumption then would be that it'd be all in the landscaping that's currently present along there. And I want to make sure we're not putting it out into the street, or are we doing it that way? Mr. Watson.
Yes, thanks for asking the question. Yes, the paved part of the, about 3/4 of the shoulder is gravel, and where it transitions to a curb with no sidewalk in behind it, yes, then the pavement would be raised to the same elevation as the curb, and we'd have to remove some of the landscaping and tie in with the sidewalk that does actually exist on that corner.
Just to, for the benefit of the public as well, I'm thinking of flashbacks of the previous term and endless trauma discussing encroachments, but I'd assume that this would be part of the right-of-way from the road itself. We'd be doing this on town land.
I can confirm that. I've also spoken to the homeowner on the corner there, who's quite happy to hear what our plans are.
Okay, because Councillor Skipsey.
Well, just sometimes when we're dealing with sidewalks, they follow right alongside the road. In other places in town, I've seen it, there's like a bit of a green space and then the sidewalk. Is there a preference one way? I think partly removing it from the road, there's a sense that of safety. You feel like you're removed from the vehicles.
This is probably for not Mr. Rosner. Okay, please.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of a bigger issue here, and it's the overall, what's the concept for moving people along that corridor? I think one of the main reasons we wanted to refer it to this process so we could take a bigger look at it and see what the whole corridor should look like, not just one piece of it.
Only other comment, any other questions from other members of council before I weigh in 2 cents? Okay, so the only other thing for me is that I'm not sure this belongs in the blue sky process as it's part of the transportation update process anyways. No problem doing the recommendation because this is where it should go, but yeah. Oh, Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So when council brings these items forward for either a strategic initiative or a blue sky capital, staff doesn't censor those out. Our commitment is that we bring those to you to make that decision. So thank you.
This is a personal aside. This is not a judgment on staff in any way. But yes, I do think that all things traffic, we should all be using the same process at all times. So to Councillor Skipsey's point, if it's recommended from all of council. Councillor Van der Valk.
Thank you. So further to Mr. Manson's discussion about looking at the whole corridor, the design of the whole corridor. So would you be looking at then, do you think, the alternatives of curb, sidewalk, lot, or curb, grass, sidewalk, lot? Because I've had this discussion in previous situations, and it does affect, I think, the streetscape. So if that could be entered into your discussions, like whether there's space for trees, street trees, that kind of thing, if that could enter into your looking at this situation, I think that would be appreciated by me anyways. I don't know about anybody else, but just a suggestion.
Any comments on that from staff?
It certainly would, yeah. That's the reason we want to look at it from 10,000 feet to cross-section, where are the people coming and going, what's the best way to achieve it, including all the bits that go into a road cross-section, like trees.
Any comments from members of the public on this item? Seeing none. Recommendation, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Van der Valk. I would say because the recommendation is to update the transportation plan, that's entirely reasonable that it should be included in that. With that, all those in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay, next item up, Mr. Hare.
Harrison. So the next item here is an initiative that's been brought forward by staff, and it's capital replacement and maintenance and significant repairs on town-owned facilities. So the town owns about 60 structures, and approximately 40 of those are leased to third parties. As you saw through today's presentation, the asset replacement reserve balance isn't sufficient to support life cycle costs. As you'll see in your scoping sheet, which is on pages 36 to 38 of the agenda package, over the next 5 years, over $1 million is required for essentially roof replacements and other building upgrades on town-owned facilities, which are really a lessee responsibility under the terms of the leases. In addition to that, town-owned facilities that are used by the town require about $2.4 million in capital repairs over the 4 years. And in addition to those, there's also the issue of the replacement or renewal of the Parks and Public Works yard. So with that said, essentially options for consideration going forward to address this challenge include shifting responsibility for the maintenance of, or reviewing shifting opportunity for the maintenance of buildings, divestment in our assets, deferring maintenance, or accelerating funding, which we talked about during the capital budget presentation as well. And what staff are recommending is development of a policy or framework for addressing life cycle cost responsibilities of leased facilities and reviewing opportunities for asset rationalization or divestment. And essentially that's what's reflected in the staff recommendation for the committee to consider.
And with that, are there questions from members of council on this one? There should be. Councillor Skipsey, please.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a good opportunity to look at how we do business across the board, because different arrangements have been made over time, and they can be quite different, and even the way the town applies them can be quite different. So I think we need to take a hard look at that and look at being more consistent. And even, I think, helping some of these organizations with the understand asset management and replacement and whatnot. I think that having those conversations and bringing everyone along with us is a good idea. I tend generally not to be in support of divesting of assets. I think I'd like to rather take a hard line than divest, but I'm not, I'm open-minded to hearing at least what staff's recommendations would be along that line. So I will be supporting the staff recommendations.
Okay. Any questions from other members of council? I know for myself, I was going to do no notice of motion about Tosh and their installation, but it's sort of adjacent to this. And I think if we're going to be developing a process to look at leased buildings, to do a notice of motion is cart-horse issue, right? It's not really fair for one person to jump the queue. But I would have one question that some of these buildings are heritage buildings. So they're like 100-year-old plus heritage buildings. When we're looking at things like meeting more modern standards for energy efficiency, what sort of roof we're putting on, if we're going to put on solar panels or something else, I'm just wondering about the interaction with heritage status and then getting buildings to a more modern energy efficient standard. What are like rules of thumb? I know you can't speak to we have 60 buildings. I don't expect an exhaustive rundown of every single building, but just sort of a general rule of thumb. Is that an issue, or is that something that existing legislation for heritage status is amenable to?
Yes, thank you. I think we'd have to take that question and do a little bit more research. Thank you.
No problem, because there's a separate building code for alterations to existing heritage buildings. They have all these exceptions, but they don't allow other things, and it's very confusing. So it's perfectly reasonable for staff to not have that at the drop of a hat. But this is one of those things when we're looking at these things too. The other thing that comes to mind is that not every nonprofit group is in the same position today. So I know the curling club did a lot of renovations to their buildings, but they were able to get a lot of contractors to come in and basically do it at cost. They were able to do a lot of labor themselves because it's a large number of retired men and newly retired men, so they're a little bit more up and about, whereas other groups might be a little bit older, or if you're disproportionately not from a trades background, if we were the folks who are your volunteer base, you might have that same access to free labor. So I do think having a consistent policy makes a lot of sense. But I do think more broadly, we just have to have a conversation of we're not the same community we were in 1990. Demographically, we're not the same volunteers that we had 40, 50 years ago. So some of these agreements, we need to look at what's reasonable given, gosh, it's really hard for all nonprofits these days. I really have a lot of sympathy for grants drying up. So this is going to be a lot of money and a lot of hard conversations, I'm sure, over the next few years. It's more just a general comment, I guess. Any questions, though, from Councillor Young or Councillor Vandervalk? Councillor Young.
When you mentioned heritage building, I recall that at a board meeting, the train station had mentioned something about, the museum had mentioned something about if the town would allow them to take over the train station building as part of their restoration of a heritage building and to have it as part of the museum. So I don't know if we would entertain having a discussion with the museum at some point on this, or what are we doing on that?
I think that any conversation about changing leases would be a very much in-camera conversation. But I think there's an existing lease at present. Last I checked, it was the Division of Family Practice. Are they still there at the train station? Or maybe this is for another day. Yeah. This is more broadly, this is a conversation for another day. I'd hesitate to suggest any changes are in the brewing. It's just for whoever the current tenant is. This is not a suggestion that things are going to radically change, but it's not too bad if we're going over this policy. Also getting a little bit of an idea of what the buildings are and then maybe who's in it too. Because 60 buildings, there's so many different buildings, so many different tenants. And there's probably going to be some conversations of, do we keep every single building in forever? And if so, okay, at what cost? And good times, good times. Great to be a local politician with those lovely conversations. But yeah, sorry, Councillor, I'm not answering the question. I just think maybe we'll get more information at a later date before I just started diving into that right now. With that, is Councillor Vanderval, please.
Yeah, I think as Councillor Skipsey mentioned, it really is because we have had a lot of organizations asking us for help and for money, and now they probably will ask us to help them with these repairs, which are meant to be, as my understanding is anyways, for the majority of them, it is their responsibility. So I think it does need to be very clear whose responsibility things are, and that it is more equitable in terms of between for one organization as opposed to another. It needs to be on a level playing field. So that's all. It's more a comment than anything else. Thank you.
No, that's fair. I think if we were going to do everything line by line for every single building, we'd be here for an ungodly amount of time. So with that, are there any questions from members of the public on the recommendation about a policy for town-owned buildings? I saw Mrs. Noel first. Unbeknownst to the public, there's like 3 computers that she's working through and multiple different screens, so.
Further down, yeah, to the numbers, yeah. Okay, so this first set of numbers here is what I understand is the responsibility of the tenant, and it totals either 1.1 or 1.3. 1.3 is probably more realistic because I don't think we can change the materials on the outside of the building. It's a heritage building, and it's something that the town should consider before making more buildings heritage designated. On to the next page of the scope, pink sheet. This next section talks about the town's responsibility, and when I total up those numbers from 90 through to 1.5 million for annual maintenance for 5 years, I come out to 2180, not 2395, which is on the top, town responsibility. So I'm not sure if that's just an adding mistake or if we've missed a line in here in terms of what item. At the end of the day, though, the total amount that we have in our fund currently is nowhere near this amount of money. So before we talk about all those other things, we need to determine how we're going to solve this. These bills are coming up in the next 5 years, right? We talk in here later that the facilities report, which is dated 2021, so it's already 5 years old, said that we would have about $16 million in required capital over the 20 years. That number now is probably more like 30 million. Okay, so I don't see how this fits with the information that we've been given here. And then when I go to the part here where we talk about the expenditures, that's at the bottom of here, those numbers that are broken down by the year, I can't make them reconcile to any of the years that we have earlier in this page. So I'm not sure what we're actually talking about here in regards to is estimated resources required, 2.7 million in 2026. I come out to the 1325 on the first page and another 2180 on the next page. So that's more than 2.7 million, right? Same in the following years. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what the expenditure estimated is, or those numbers mean something. And hopefully you can help us understand that.
I think that'd be a question for Mr. Hare, as it's very financial in nature.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. What I would recommend doing is I will provide a supplementary explanation to support these numbers rather than try to explain them in the meeting today. But essentially, what the numbers in the chart there represent, like what I can say is from 2026 to 2030, is the annual facilities replacement number that's been proposed for the 5-year financial plan. And essentially, we should be able to tie it into adding each of the respective years together. But I will double check. I did check the math before, but we will check the math again, and we will provide a supplementary explanation to address the concerns that were raised.
I do think to the point sort of more broadly about earlier today about having a document which tracks everything for the next 5 years at least. 60 buildings, various states of repair, various tenants and lessees rather. You've got a lot of information that, you know, ultimately the public should have a fair portion of that. It's also too, I think for both council and the public, it's helpful to know what is the current state of play before we start talking about the next thing we want to do. Let's just make sure we're taking care of what we've got first, and then we can have these fun conversations about what comes next. Any other comments from the public on this one? Mr. Noel.
Just two questions. One, on the page 37 of the scoping sheet, it talks about an airport hangar roof replacement. I didn't know the town had an airport hangar, does it?
Mr. Hare or Mr. Sales?
Oliver, can you take that one for me? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Watson, my apologies.
Sure. Yes, actually, we do own a hangar. It's it's where we store all of our equipment and office for the staff. Yes.
Thank you. And the second comment is on page 38, where it talks about options for council consideration. The first one is hold lessees to lease terms, and then it continues on, establish a policy requiring tenants of town-owned facilities leased at below market rent to fund capital repairs. Seems to me, if you have a lease that requires you to pay the capital and pay repairs, you don't need a policy, you've already got it. And my question is, why aren't we sticking these people with paying for what they're supposed to be paying under the terms of their lease? If they've got triple net leases or net leases, shouldn't they be paying the price?
I would hesitate to guess that's because some of them would probably have to shut down if they're looking at a total roof replacement for some of them. Depends. But I do hear your point that, you know, we have existing leases, there are terms, so.
As would a couple of businesses in town if they had triple net leases too, and they somehow find a way to do it. Thank you.
And this is why I said it was a fun conversation. It is a very difficult conversation because some of these things are institutions or community. Sorry, was that Councillor Vandervalk? Did you have a? Oh, sorry, my apologies. So with that, we do have a recommendation from staff for coming up with a policy for how to deal with town-owned buildings and leases. Is there any further comments from members of council? I think Councillor Skipsey maybe moving the staff recommendation. And both of them, 1 and 2, I'm assuming? Okay. Seconder for that? Councillor Young? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to spread it around, Councillor Vandervalk. I do think that there is a conversation of what was the lease when we originally signed the lease some time ago. What is the state of play in terms of the building? And then also what is the capacity of the organization? And all those things are going to lead to some very awkward conversations. But I do think we have to start flagging with people that their money is finite and we only have so much, and we are going to have to make some hard decisions in the next few years. With that, I guess I'll call the question. All those in, oh, sorry, Councillor Young, do you wanted to add?
Just in response to Mr. Noel's comment, when it comes to triple net in commercial businesses, we have to be resilient and be able to pay those expenses that come ahead, but because we're a business and we are for profit. So it's up to us as a business owner to be able to do that, whereas when we're looking at nonprofit organizations, they're not out there making any money or any money to pay for all these other costs that comes up.
And with that comment then, is anything further from members of council? Nope. Okay, call the question. All those in favor of the staff recommendation? That passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Herron, next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So the next item here is somewhat related to what we just talked about, but more specifically related to the Lawn Bowling Club. So the Lawn Bowling Club advanced this request through delegation to council with a referral to strategic planning, and it's for replacement of their roof and installation of solar panels at the Lawn Bowling Club. So the Lawn Bowling Club requested the town to make a contribution towards the replacement of the roof and installation of solar panels. It's worth noting that under the current lease, these responsibilities are those of the Lawn Bowling Club. Furthermore, the roof was replaced in 2021, and so what staff are recommending is a roof condition assessment be performed and the Lawn Bowling Club pursue grants to fund solar panel installation in full. And with that, we have the staff recommendation on this slide here.
Okay, so firstly, questions from members of council on this? Anything from members of council? Okay, so the last week at the Legion, I had a fascinating conversation with a retired electrician who did a lot of work in solar in Ontario. And I know it's still early days, but one thing that came up is, I don't know what the terms are with BC Hydro, but sometimes when you install a lot of solar capacity, you actually have to change the transformer for the pole. Basically, the older transformers were not set up for receiving power from homes, in essence. It's a lot more complicated than that, and I'm not doing the argument justice, but I'm not an electrical engineer, so go figure. But basically, I know at a certain point, like if a certain number of homes in a direct proximity start adding solar, you do actually have to sometimes change out the transformer that's on the pole. And then in some jurisdictions, that's the responsibility of whoever is putting in the solar panels. So I just want to flag that might be something. I doubt it would. I'm not aware of any other solar panels in the area, so I think it should be fine. But I'm just flagging it as a potential thing. And the other personal hang up, which is me being really petty, I know when they first presented they want to do a Tesla battery on the side. I'd really prefer a different company, but that's just me. I'd prefer not to have town property with Tesla on the side in giant letters, given some of the comments made by their CEO. But that's just more personal preference. It's not a make or break. Beyond that, I know the staff report too does have some useful background information for the property and the roof. So I just suggest people read that as well in the public. And with that, seeing there's no questions from members of council, are there any questions from members of the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, we do have a recommendation from staff on this item. What's the will of council, the committee of the whole on this? I'm moving this recommendation. This is Councillor Skipsey moving, Councillor Vandervalk seconding. And what we're doing is an assessment of condition and look at funding opportunities for the solar installation. With that, all those in favor? Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. Okay, next up, the fleet. Mr. Hare, please, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. So the next one here is the fleet modernization, resizing, and electrification of the town fleet. So there was a strategic initiative where a study was carried out on basically on the town's fleet, and a report came back to council. It was referred to essentially the Committee on Sustainability. And they had a number of recommendations for council, which are essentially aligning GHG emissions to the sustainability plan goals and targets, replacing the end-of-life equipment with electric options, adopting multi-purpose vehicles to reduce the fleet size, and investing in EV and solar infrastructure. Again, these proceeding with these requires funding, and if you want to accelerate electrification of your fleet, you need EV solar infrastructure to be able to charge and whatnot. So what staff is, and staff is always looking for options to electrify when possible. Electric options aren't always available for the type of equipment that we are replacing. However, they are looked at. And so the staff recommendation here is that the electrification and replacement of town fleet continue in the context of available funding, and that electrification of fleet be considered wherever possible. And there is also an alternative recommendation on the scoping sheet if the Committee of the Whole does wish to proceed with a more aggressive electrification strategy. Additional funding needs to be provided to be able to address that, and that's the nature of the alternative recommendation.
So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Are there any questions from members of council? Okay, so just one point I'd make. Prior to us adopting that electrification and the fleet right-sizing study, I did have a conversation with one of the town mechanics, actually, at the Public Works Day, and I actually asked him specifically on this point, like about electrification of vehicles, what can be done. And the one thing that he really highlighted is that he felt very strongly that hybrids were really, as much as possible, the way to go for work vehicles. Reason being, if there's a dump of snow and you're using like an F-250 or F-350 equivalent, well, they only really come in hybrids right now. They're not fully electric. It's only the F-150, which is the Lightning, which is fully electric, I believe. But let's say it was an F-150 who was pushing a plow. Those trucks are basically out all day. And so the time to charge it is actually time staff aren't actually working in those conditions. It's not, and most of the time, because it's a relatively small trip, they would be using the electric anyways. There'd be very little gasoline usage with a hybrid. I also asked him about maintenance for hybrids. Well, it's two engines essentially, right? There's an electric engine and internal combustion engine. Is that more difficult for town staff to maintain? And he said, nope, it's not a problem in his opinion. So I'm just flagging that. I think for the larger work trucks, we'd be buying hybrids anyways. If we are getting like the F-350s, sorry, I've got online and checked in the past, and maybe they've changed it this year, but in the past, the F-250, F-350 equivalents, those are only hybrids. The F-150 is where you have the Lightning, which is fully electric. I think there's one of them downstairs. I think we have one now. I've seen one or two. Oh, we have three. We have three, my apologies. I just noticed one below Town Hall. So there is some progress on this. To staff's point, the question is more, do we want to accelerate that progress even further? And I just had that one point on hybrids because I thought it was very interesting feedback from a guy who knows way more about this than I do. Beyond that, are there any questions then from members of the public on this issue? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hare, please.
Councillor Harrison, what I should have pointed out was that there was a replacement page for the scoping sheet here on page 42 of the agenda package. So the scoping sheet that was in the agenda package had an expenditure in each of the years associated it, which relates to the alternative recommendation rather than the staff recommendation. So we've just aligned that scoping sheet to correspond with the staff recommendation.
So it's basically replacing the dollar values with a TBD essentially amount, because it's just dollar dash. So is there there's no specific amount indicated, is that correct?
Actually, we've replaced the dollar amount of 135 with nil, because that corresponds with the staff recommendation.
Okay, I see.
And the not applicable would, again, we wouldn't be increasing funding, so there would be no funding source required there.
So is there currently a variance though in cost? I'm not saying that we shouldn't pursue it. I'm just saying, is there a variance in cost? Because I know some of the granting programs from the provincial and federal government have run out. But most of the vehicles we get are actually not passenger vehicles. But I'm just wondering, is there any actual variance in cost between, say, a more environmentally sensitive truck than the sort of generic internal combustion truck?
I believe there would be. I believe Mr. Watson would be able to better understand. I mean, electric vehicles are generally more expensive and have a higher upfront cost. However, Mr. Watson may want to elaborate on that.
Actually, we'll let Chris answer that. It's his business.
Okay. We have looked at it severely since we've had the report done, and our low vehicles, like our F-150s, are coming in roughly at the same price, but fully electric. It's when you start getting to the 250s, like the mid-size and the higher, that's when the higher cost will be, because as you say, the grants aren't available as they used to be 2 years ago. Thank you.
Because I'm just curious about the wording. The wording is, you know, we'll do the best we can. And I'm just wondering, because forgive me, I think this was originally advanced because Councillor Skipsey wanted a more aggressive approach on electrification of the fleet. Or the Environment Committee, sorry, recommendation for the Environment Committee, fair enough. Although coincidentally, it might be shared. But fair enough. I just want to make sure that if there's basically, we are already on that trajectory no matter what, then maybe we should get that feedback back that, you know, we're doing the best we can with what we got. And if the answer is there is a more aggressive approach, then I think it would probably have some sort of a dollar value, but I'm not sure what that dollar value is. But that's just sort of where I was going. I wasn't saying that, you know, this number is all wrong. I'm just sort of saying that if we're doing the best we really can realistically, because for some of the more unique, large equipment that we might be buying, there is no electric options yet. And there might never be because there's just so few of them sold every year. Who knows what China does in 5 years? You never know. Yeah, so that's just where I wanted sort of clarification that if we're doing the best we can already, and wherever possible we're getting something that's either a hybrid or electric, then I think that might be useful feedback for the Environment Committee to let them know that, you know, we're there already, or not. Just because if there's no dollar variance, then we shouldn't be, it indicates we're not changing what we're buying, is what I'm getting at. Councillor Van der Valk.
Yeah, so if we are doing as we can and sort of as needed, I just would like clarification where we have this in the budget, like where those funds are coming from. Do we have a budget line for that specifically?
We have a budget line item for the replacement of our fleet, and we'll be bringing that forward in January. Okay. And anywhere where we've identified opportunities for electrification, we'll identify those and point those out to council as well.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, thank you. I think in a perfect world, yes, we would accelerate perhaps, but even then, I think sometimes environmentally, the best thing to do is run a vehicle sort of to use it as much as you can, or I do like the fact that recently staff was able to do some modifications or restore a piece of equipment so that it will last another 10 years, and then in 10 years, as you say, who knows where the technology might be at that time. So I think staff is taking a really responsible look at this, and I appreciate all your work and input on this. So I think going with the recommendation, the first recommendation, I'm fine with. Yeah, that's it. I'll leave it at that.
So should we just go off the one on the screen then? But we're getting a bit of a higher look, so we haven't heard from the public yet, I don't think. Okay, but it is a good point. Also, too, just one last point before we go to the public. There are also variances in operational costs, and generally all electrics are cheaper to operate, is my understanding. And my other understanding is that the maintenance costs are generally a bit less. There's just fewer moving parts in the engine, massively fewer parts in the engine. So there's fewer things that can break and go wrong. So even if there is some upfront cost, there's sometimes an operational savings. So to staff's point about it being sort of a wash financially, that could actually be quite accurate. I don't have the requisite expertise to really get into the numbers, but I just want to point out that you get some savings with EVs as well as some upfront costs. So with that, any comments from members of the public on this item regarding the fleet? Seeing none. Okay, goes back to council. We have a recommendation from staff, and basically saying to consider electrification of the fleet whenever practical is the meat of the resolution. Anyone want to move that? Councillor Young? Oh, you already did? Well, I said it. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to... Sure. But this seems really quite practical, honestly. It's quite reasonable. As long as we're not saying we're not going to buy like some kind of grader or something like that because we're waiting for electric in 15 years. As long as we're not doing that, fine. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously as well. We're on a bit of a streak. And Mr. Hare, back to you.
Thank you. Just a quick sec. Oh, jumped ahead there. So the next initiative is a request from the Royal Canadian Legion for parking lot resurfacing. 1/3 of the property is owned by the town and 2/3 is owned by the Legion. Staff are proposing budgeting this in the 2027 fiscal year at the request of the Legion due to a shortfall. Originally, it was requested for 2026, but there's a shortfall in funding on their side, so they've asked for us to budget this in fiscal 2027. And so the staff recommendation is to include it in the financial 2026-2030 financial plan, and the funding source is dependent on funding from the Legion of $50,000, which represents their proportionate ownership share of the parking lot. And I will forward it to the staff recommendation, which is recommending that $75,000 capital expenditure provision be included in the 26 to 30 financial plan in fiscal year 27, funded $75,000 from the Legion and $50,000 contribution. So rather, conditional, $75,000 be included in the financial plan with $50,000 funded from the Legion and $25,000 from the asset replacement reserve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Are there any questions for the staff at this time? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I just had a question as to why we wouldn't just budget the $25,000 that we're responsible for.
Mr. Hare.
Overall, the paving overlaps, so it makes sense to pave the entire parking lot together. And so essentially they would be paying for their proportion.
Yeah, and I think it'd probably be like there'd be one contract that would go out to pave the whole thing, and then we just put in our portion each. So with that, any other questions for members of council? Councillor Vandervalk?
So then it would be us taking on, like, getting the contracts and looking after the administration of it, even though we're only paying $25,000 out of the 75? Is that
Mr. Watson, sorry.
That's correct, yes. That's something I would arrange with the Legion and look after that myself.
Okay. Any other questions from members of council? Okay. Questions from members of the public on this one? Mrs. Jacobson, please.
Yes, Pat Jacobson for the records. Have we looked at not paving? It seems like we want to pave over everything, and reducing or not increasing our impervious surfaces sort of goes against what's happening with the climate. And so what would the cost, I guess, what are the implications in terms of cost of not paving it over but putting some, I don't know the technical name of the surface, but I look at some places in Qualicum Beach, and Eagle Crest Golf Course didn't used to have a paved parking lot, and it was just fine. And then a lot of money was spent to pave it, and, you know, we lost all those benefits. So I guess the question is, is that an option, and would it lower the cost?
I'd pass it over to Mr. Sales, would probably be the best person for that.
Thank you. We can certainly look at the option of simply upgrading and doing it as a single project, upgrading to gravel, but pavement also has accessibility benefits, which is another priority for the Legion. So it's in 2027, so there's plenty of time to talk about details like this. This is just allocating some funding at this time, and the correspondence to date indicates that they don't have this amount of money on hand anyway, so it's entirely partnership dependent. Thank you.
And I just point out too, I think this is already paved. It's not, because I think they have a back parking lot which is more gravel. Sorry, my mom's genealogy group used to meet at the Legion all the time, so I drop her off from time to time. But it is a fair point that how do we balance pervious and impervious surfaces? I would say from my knowledge of the Legion's membership, I think Mr. Sales is probably the parking spots closest you'd probably want paved, and then the lot in the back, which is further away, is probably best as is. But I'm not an expert on that. But with that, any other questions from members of the public on that one? Okay, with that, sorry, Councillor Vandervalk.
Well, if we were to look at alternatives to pavement, then perhaps the recommendation would be replacement of surface. I don't know how we would phrase that. If it is a possibility to look at alternatives, then maybe we shouldn't be saying replacement of pavement.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you. Just to keep us moving, Chair, if Council isn't comfortable with the wording as it stands, we could bring back an alternative once staff have time to go away and understand the implications and consult with the Legion, and bring that back at time of budget.
What I might suggest then is maybe let's just move this, because this is just a recommendation to a future council meeting, and hopefully by that point staff will have a bit more information. I don't know if it would be able to be done, because when will the regular meeting for these recommendations be held? In a few weeks or in a couple of months? Because if it's just a few days, then I understand your point, right? They're not going to likely be able to have that dialogue, but.
We would strive to have that back to council in December sometime. So we have two meetings, one on the 10th and one on the 17th. So depending on the information we could get at that time.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we need to wordsmith it too much, because ultimately I think this is going to be really driven by what the Legion wants for their members. So I just suggest let's just make sure we have the budget provision, and then the wording is whatever we prefer the wording to be. But I do think this is a good conversation, to be fair, and we should be reaching out to Legion and checking on this. But with that, is there any amendments you'd like to make to the staff resolution, or? Okay. And again, this is just a recommendation to a future council meeting, so it's not bound. We're not bound to this forever. So with that, it's been moved and seconded. Oh, it has not been moved, neither moved nor seconded. My apologies. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Young seconding. Any further discussion at this time? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Passes unanimously as well. Mr. Hare.
So this next capital initiative is to convert the third tennis court to existing tennis court to pickleball, and basically it's for design and construction costs to convert the third tennis court to 4 pickleball courts at 644 Memorial Avenue. The town contribution for this is capped at 85, which is reflected in the current financial plan as well. And so the proposed funding sources for a total of $170,000 or $85,000 from the Pickleball Association and maximum of $85,000 from the Asset Replacement Reserve. And the staff recommendations are right here that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council the capital budget provision of $170,000 be advanced to the 26 to 29 financial plan in fiscal 26, with $85,000 being the maximum town contribution. And 2, that basically early budget approval for design and construction of converting the 3rd tennis courts into pickleball courts be provided now, just so that we can proceed with design. And also that Council rescinds the previous resolution that saw the pickleball courts being constructed at the old Civic Center site. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Comments from members of council? Councillor Vandervalk first.
Thank you. On page 47, where you have the council resolution R25-207 from September 17th. That resolution says that council directs staff to investigate the advisability and feasibility of converting the current 3rd tennis court and adjacent space into 4 pickleball courts, with the findings to be considered by council during strategic planning. And it seems to have jumped from advisability and feasibility into design and construction. And I'm just wondering how that happened.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So I think staff need clear direction on this. So originally we saw a resolution directing development of pickleball courts up in the community park. Then council, I think you've also entertained a couple delegations. You said to go away and investigate the advisability and feasibility. So I think the feasibility at least is before you today based on the numbers that we have are the best information we have. You'll also note on page 49 again that it is unclear if the tennis club is supportive of this proposal, and the staff recommendations are based on council direction from the September 17th. So I think the information is before council now. You need to decide if we're going to continue with the community park or if you'd like to see that tennis court converted to pickleball. We just need clear direction. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Vandervalk?
Yes and no. So if we haven't, if it's not clear, if the tennis club is supportive, my understanding was that was one of the things that we wanted staff to investigate in terms of the advisability and the feasibility. So I don't know how we can make a decision if the tennis club isn't on board, for example.
Ms. Varela.
Again, I think this will be a political decision. So I think if council wants to hear from a delegation from the tennis courts or the tennis association that you may entertain. I know you've received one delegation from them. You may wish to entertain a second. Staff just need direction. We could hold, we could advance on this, we could go back to the community park. Again, it's staff can provide you the operational pieces, but we can't make those political decisions for you, if you will.
Okay, you can follow up if you'd like.
So in terms of the site at the community park, I don't know exactly where it was, but I did see that there may have been issues with that location. Can I get some clarification as to what those issues might have been?
I'm not sure which member of staff that would be.
I'm not sure what the issues might have been. I know at some point there was concern that perhaps this was going to encroach on the area that was leased by the farmers market, and we have confirmed that that isn't the case. I'm not sure if staff's aware of any other issues at this site that they'd like to share.
I think it was the community park site that Councillor Vandervalk was referring to. Sorry, not the actual site near Veterans Way. So, Mr. Sales, maybe could you speak to the community park site that was proposed for pickleball?
Yes, thank you. So the configuration of the pathway next to the skate park might need to be adjusted slightly to get the full width of pickleball courts there without moving anything in terms of the roadway. So there's definitely some physical constraints on that site, not impossible, but at this time, it would take some detailed survey and kind of design work to confirm that feasibility. So there's no indication that it's not feasible, but it would potentially require some reconfiguration. And trees are also a perpetual area of interest on that site, I think you could say.
I would also suggest cost. I think the last memo we got about the community park site, to Councillor Vandervalk's point, there wasn't a memo we got about that, oh gosh, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, where there was an expectation of significant cost escalation. And there would be a debate as to whether, basically doubling the cost. And the question would be, do we hold them to 50% or do we keep the $85,000 fundraising threshold we'd earlier established? So I do recall that, to your point. That was one issue, as well as the things that Mr. Sales mentioned as well. Is that okay for you for now, Councillor Vandervalk?
Well, I just had one other point or question in terms of the location in the community park, because if I recall correctly, the pickleball club did come with this proposal earlier, and we said, no, we'd prefer that it's in the community park, and had a sort of general sense of where in the community park. If in the community park, if it was more in the parking lot that's already there, then that might solve some of the issues around trees and excavation, because you've already got a flat surface. Somebody's hightailing it out with cookies, maybe, I don't know. Somebody's in a hurry. So I'm just wondering, I guess, to my mind, it's still the community park is a preferred location. I understand it isn't maybe the easiest, but it seems to be the preferred location. So I would just be interested to hear what staff or other members of council have to say.
I don't know if staff want to weigh in yet or not, because Ms. Farrella did mention this is a political decision ultimately. But they can if they want, if the staff have a preference of the two sites that they want to bring forward. Mr. Sales.
Thank you. My comment is not in relation to the preference of one site versus the other, but the pickleball club does have some donations with some time sensitivity, so they're feeling some time pressure to advance with the project. And at this time, they don't have enough money to fund half of the estimated cost of doing it in the community park. So from their perspective, they're looking to advance a project that's potentially smaller but could be advanced in a shorter window of time. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from other members of council. Councillor Young.
I'm just wondering, though, with the popularity of pickleball, would it not be better, though, that somehow the funding can be available for a build at the community park? Just looking at in a long-term kind of a down-the-road thing where it's just going to be so popular. But then also if we have it at the community park, would the noise of it affect any events that are going on at the Civic Center, if it's like kind of on that parking lot area?
I would note there was some very loud music at the being played by the skateboarders when we had the Ducks Unlimited dinner. So I'm assuming it'd be around the same volume as that, the music they were playing. For those of you who like I can't remember which exact era of punk rock it was, but anyways. It is a fair point. But wherever you go, you're always going to have a bit of a volume issue. I don't know, does staff have a concern about the level of noise from pickleball at that location?
Thank you. There aren't any concerns about noise at that location because there's no residences immediately, Jason. I think you pointed out probably the closest occupancy would be people enjoying the Civic Center. So whatever you would hear, I don't know how the volume of the racquetball balls would compare to the music from the skate park. And the racquetball noise might bother the skateboarders, but I think they'll tolerate it.
Sorry, Councillor Skipsey. Is that okay, Councillor Young, before I move on? Councillor Skipsey, please.
Yeah. Well, I toured this site with the pickleball club, and they were concerned with the site at the community park because of some of the limitations, the slope of the land, and there was a feeling that it was going to cost a heck of a lot more than what's being budgeted in this budget. So I think that we do owe it to have some kind of conversation with the tennis club. I was hoping that we might have done that in advance of this, but I wondered if just changing the public consultation engagement, the town will consult as necessary with the Qualicum Beach Pickleball Club and the Arrowsmith Tennis Club, and the public will be kept informed. I don't know if that sounds reasonable. I think I think when we toured the site, we thought it wouldn't be nearly as expensive as what's being proposed even here, because that some of the fencing perhaps could be reused. It fit in the space according to the measurements that were taken and the requirements for so far behind each court, between each court, all of those things. So anyways, I would prefer, I think the pickleballers would prefer to carry on with this proposal rather than going backwards. And I guess, I don't know where the extra money would come from, because it's considerably higher, and it could be a considerable cost to the town, because we said we would provide the site. And if we're preparing the site and removing trees and walkways, adjusting walkways and leveling and everything, it could be expensive. So that's my concern.
Okay. I would point out that I don't know how much was included in the News Bay figure, but when News Bay put in their pickleball courts, is about $1 million. So I think when we originally looked at the estimate of $170,000 for new courts, I think that was wildly optimistic, based on land that would have been perfectly suited with nothing on it already and no other considerations. My concern with the idea of putting it near the Legion for the pickleball courts is that I could see that site being used in the next 5 years for something. An institutional purpose, you have the gardens right next door. And so for an institutional building, that would be a great location if they fit. And then you're potentially moving the tennis courts as well. Because we own all that land at the end of the day, all the treat area. And I know in the past, St. Stephen's Church has been dipping their toe, not jumping in for affordable housing, but dipping their toe in the water of, could we do something there? In the past, the Legion was discussing potentially even moving the Legion Hall over, because their hall is getting older. So there's a lot of people in that area who've raised a hand about using that land, and I'd feel badly if they raise $85,000, they put in 4 courts, and then 3 years later the town says, oh, by the way, we're building this big project for the town here, so you're just going to have to move to the community park anyways after you've spent $85,000. And that's sort of where my flag is. Now, I do also, on the other hand, recognize that pickleball, as Councillor Young noted, and has been noted by the numerous delegations, pickleball is very popular and very strongly supported by folks in our community. And it is something we should have options in town for that. So I don't mind that. I think the fundamental problem here is we just had that very sobering discussion of old buildings and maintaining them. And then we want to build a pickleball court. And I would prefer to do it the right way, which for me is the community park. But that dollar value, to Councillor Skipsey's point, you're right. It's going to be over 170. It's going to be probably over 300 at the end of the day. I don't know the total value. It's going to be a lot. So I really want to see everything done. But at the same time, I know there's not all the money that I'd like to see without huge tax increases. So I'm a bit torn. I do think the first point, though, that Councillor Skipsey mentioned about more outreach with the pickleball club and the tennis club, the Arrowview Tennis Club, that would be a good start. But I think, too, we really need to impress that that land might be used in the next 10 years. And so we can't guarantee that would be your final resting place for all things pickleball. And the other thing for a town council to bear in mind, too, is It's one of the three Saanages. I'm trying to remember which one. Saanich proper, west, or central. It's one of the three. Anyways, there's a local government in Victoria that's currently being sued because of the location of a pickleball court being too close to residential. And that's a lawsuit that's ongoing. I don't know the outcome. But it is something I remember seeing about 4 months ago where the complaints went from we're angry at council to we decided to get lawyers. So that's the only reason also too that I'm a little bit hesitant about that location. I know the previous feedback we've heard is that the folks in the gardens are fine with it, but at the same time, all it takes is a few people to not be fine and suddenly we have a headache and a half. So I don't see an easy path forward because I'd like to say, oh, well, let's just build it at the community park, and what's the problem? But the problem is it's going to cost all this extra money. It's unreasonable to expect them to come up with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the fly, especially if they have a tight timeline. So this is a tricky one. So with that, there are multiple recommendations from staff if we wanted to carry on with the direction of the memorial site. We have existing council resolutions for the community park site. I do think Councillor Skipsey is the right of it that the first resolution she just mentioned, which is essentially the public consultation engagement line, that would be good to have as a resolution in my view. I think there would be benefit to that, to really flag that I think for all of us, none of us is perfectly clear on one solution. Like there's good and bad for all the different things for me. I'm not sure if anyone is really feeling strongly about one answer. So I think this is a good starting point. And then hopefully over the next month or so, we might get some clarity. Ms. Varela.
Thank you. I know Director Sales did mention the sensitivity for these particular funds, so maybe he could speak to that again. But again, if council wishes to have another delegation from these two groups, staff can also take that direction. But again, because this is more political, we can't meet with the groups on your behalf for this. This is really the decision-making that rests with you. Thank you.
Fair point. Mr. Sales?
Yes, thank you. So my understanding is that one of their major grants that the group has already committed has to be essentially committed by the middle of next year, and I don't recall the exact date. So they have kind of an outside deadline. And on the topic of public consultation, CAO Varela mentioned that that's not something that staff can just do on your behalf. So that would take a little while. It would likely take us into the new year before we could make substantial progress. I would also note that we did have a committee of the whole on this topic before, and there very clearly is going to be a strong disagreement. So further public engagement will confirm that there is a major disagreement. It wouldn't be any different than last time. So I think it is a challenging decision, and there's positive and negatives to either site, but I don't think that public engagement will result in anything different, and there is a time sensitivity to it, so I think it's something that we should probably advance one of the options.
Then my question to you would be, do you know if for the grant it specifies what the funds can be used for? So if it's $20,000 or $30,000, $40,000 for relating to the creation of a pickleball court, or it's $40,000 for, forgive me, with the track, there was certain funding programs where there was the rubber underlay, and it was from a tire company where they use recycled tires, and so they give you a grant of recycled tire material, so it was that level of specificity. So I'm just curious if maybe staff are aware of, Mr. Harris seems to be ready to answer that question. Thank you.
So this, just to correct, this is not a grant. This is fundraising through the Pickleball Association, and the funds are held by a financial institution, which, and the rest of the information is as per what Mr. Sales had said, that essentially those funds, there's sensitivity around the availability of those funds, and they need to be committed by the middle of 2026.
Yeah, because my only concern is if there's ways we can spend funds towards the outcome the majority of council wants, even if it doesn't get the courts totally completed, it could substantially advance that, then that way it might get both worlds on that. But that's just where I was going with that. I'm not, again, and council hasn't even made a decision on which site, so I'm not presupposing any outcome here. I'm just trying to use it. Sorry, Councillor Vandervelde first, then Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. So I think part of the difficulty with the site at the community park might be the fact that it's essentially located in the trees that are beside the path that's by the skateboard park. So if that site were changed a bit to be more, as I said earlier, on the parking lot that's there beside the skateboard park. So we're taking out part of the parking lot, then you don't have to take out any trees. You don't have to, you're going to lose however many parking spots. But that might be a more feasible alternative, and I would think less expensive because it's already a flat surface, and you don't have to do a lot of the other things. So might that be taken into consideration as a potential site as well?
Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. And the challenge there is there's a balancing act. The cheapest option would be to just convert the entire parking lot to a pickleball, the small parking lot next to the playing fields. That would be an easy conversion, and that was actually the first idea that the group put forward. But we also have to balance that with the need for parking. So, once again, that is council decision-making, but I think the other user groups in the community park would feel a substantial loss if they lost even half of the stalls in that parking lot. So there's some design work that would need to be done to see how far the town could encroach into that parking lot without essentially making it not viable. And there's also some design work that would need to be done to see how it fits into that site, with or without some pathway realignment. So I just raise that in that converting a parking lot to pickleball is not a free option. You're just paying for it in parking and not cash.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Vandervalk?
It does and doesn't, or leads me to another question or comment in terms of if we have the pickleball at the tennis, what are now the tennis courts, then I would foresee that there's going to be a parking problem there as well, because there's all sorts of different uses that already, as we saw through the discussions about St. Stephen's parking lot, there is parking is at a premium. So I don't know if I don't know how many parking spots you would lose. I don't think you'd lose all of them that are in that little section, but I would think that it would make it a lot more affordable than if you had to take out all the trees and change the paths and all those other aspects of it. So that's it for now.
I do think there's a fair point that we did have a discussion earlier about the location of the pickleball court at the community park. And then we sort of gave staff direction, try to minimize the tree loss, but more or less around there. But I don't know if we ever gave staff the direction of what is the cheapest location at the community park. But this is also too, I got a sense that this is a very difficult decision. This is not a simple one. There's downsides to each. Yeah, sorry, it's Councillor Skipsey's turn. My apologies, I shouldn't keep going.
Well, just that it's been a long meeting and we're anyway, belaboring this, but I mean, it is an important decision. So, but one of the things that I thought maybe we could do is move recommendation number 1, which is that we have the capital budget expenditure provision of $170,000 advanced in fiscal 2026. And then even perhaps look at number 2, which is the design aspect of it, but maybe we can postpone rescindment until we've looked at all of the options at the community park. But, and then I just wanted to make the comment too that it's not necessarily so easy to just fit it, because there's a preferred direction for the pickleball players as well. They because you get the sun in your eyes or whatever. So just a comment there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sales, maybe to the I think you were asking for comment on the proposed resolution.
Thank you. So as Councillor Skipsey noted, the second one would provide a little bit of design work and commit some funding for that. I would note, though, that if council is still weighing the two sites as potentials, design work would need to go into the other site as well, because we're essentially making assumptions about either site until that design work and costing is done. So if council is does not want to make a decision one way or another, we essentially need to go through two design exercises to some extent.
Just to follow up on that point, and I'll get to you, Councillor Young. Is there a significant difference in getting design work for both sites or one site? Just because I'm thinking if we have a professional hire someone for a contract, I'm not sure what the cost would be to doing, here's option A, here's option B, here are your costs, because it might be a little bit less than getting them individually. Maybe Mr. Watson is the right. I saw him grabbing the microphone, so.
I don't know that answer specifically. I had I did reach out to an engineering firm to get a price for like the $20,000 for the design at the across from the Legion there. But I have not asked how much it would cost to design something new elsewhere. So I don't have that answer confirmed, sorry.
Councillor Young.
I just want to comment on losing some parking spots. I don't find that problematic, because just observing from the Remembrance Day service yesterday at the Civic Center, a lot of people prefer to park on like 2nd Avenue or on Jones rather than trying to deal with the congested parking in the parking lot. So they automatically right away park outside of the Civic Center. So then I think I favor the pickleball court being at the Civic Center. But then also, if we cannot get a extension on the funds being like used at a later date, can we go ahead and buy some materials and store it? Like some things that are related to setting up a pickleball thing, that we can store some material and spend that money. Yeah.
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. I do have some information. I was just reading the email from the member of the Pickleball Club, so I can provide some clarity. And it does say that if the project is fully committed by May, then the money doesn't go away. So it's not that construction has to be completed or even started by that point, but it has to be committed according to the email that I'm reading. Thank you.
Where I would also suggest there's alignment with that is I think all of council wants to see pickleball courts built. The real question is we're not sure yet where. And I think that's sort of where we're landing. So first thing too, the only thing I'd point out about point number one is we might want to think, are we wedded to the idea that the maximum is $85,000 from the town? So what if you said you wanted to budget $170,000 and just ended the sentence basically after fiscal 2026? Because that could be another issue to the point about cost overruns at that site. It might be a better site, but it might be a lot more money. So that's just why if we were going to stick to 85,000, it's going to be very hard to make, I think, sorry, I'm just guessing off of the Nanoose Bay pickleball court. I think it's going to be very hard to make that work. So I just hesitate that. I mean, to be fair, staff would probably, oh, sorry. Staff is about to inform us on several things. Is it Ms. Farrell or Mr. Hare? Mr. Hare.
I'd just like to point out that based on the presentation that we had, we have very limited funding for the town to be able to commit more than the 85,000. Our asset investment reserve is fairly constrained, and so we would not have the ability to fund that in the upcoming year, or fund additional amount.
Thank you very much. That is a fair point. Yes, budget is not exactly loose. Okay. With that, is there anything further, Councillor Young?
Well, even then, if we do choose the choice of the spot, and it is more expensive, could we not have another year before it's completed, but just at least have it started?
Mr. Sales.
So my apologies. I was asking him a question. Can you repeat your question? apologize.
I'm just thinking that, okay, if we did choose a more expensive project, which is at the Civic Center, and we don't have the capital in front of us, could we not have it extended into another year? And I don't know, is this not proper business to be wishfully thinking that there might be a grant ahead, or that we may have sold some land or found some money somewhere else to help with the project?
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So the first thing that staff need is really some direction on location. I think we can look at all sorts of creative options like grants or phasing or things like that, but if it is council's interest to stick with the community park option, then we can do a little bit of legwork to see what that process would look like. I think right now the challenge is we're trying to pursue two options at the same time, which is just a challenging proposition and takes more time. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion that we decide to choose a spot now, and that would be for the Civic Center.
So procedurally, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I just want to make sure with Ms. Svensson, where are we at with everything?
You currently do not have a motion on the floor, so you're okay to proceed with.
So that's the first step. Now, Ms. Farella, your point.
I would say that any decision that had budget impacts, you would need to understand where you were funding it from. So this reflects the same decision-making council made last year, which is a $170,000 contribution, with $85,000 being the town's cap. That was originally based on the numbers provided by the pickleball club that we actually said, we haven't ground truth, we anticipate those are low. Those were the numbers the group wanted to put forward, so that's where we went with. So that's still reflected in your budget. If you want to make a decision that we now know is going to cost significantly more, I think you would be best to direct your staff to go away and consider possible funding sources.
Councillor Skipsey.
Well, I'll just add too, I think the mayor was definitely in favor of this location and working with the pickleball club at this location, and because of the funding and the impact. I think we just don't have it in the budget, and I know pickleballers, they want to be playing pickleball. I don't think they are so concerned about which location it is, but they want to get moving on it. And I just see the site at the tennis court as being the most simple path forward and least expensive.
Just want to reiterate, I will be probably doing some work to try to see if there's a project that would go at that location, which would take out the tennis court altogether. So I'm just flagging that. That's the one reason I have trepidation on the tennis court. The biggest reason for me is that I'm not sure there won't be a project there in the near future. Sorry, I saw Councillor Vandervalk first and then Councillor Young next. So Councillor Vandervalk.
Thank you. Lost my train of thought again, trying to listen to everything. Why don't you ask Councillor Young first?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Young, please.
I wrote mine down. Well, if we're looking at this as a long-term investment, past the 25 years that we might be around, I concur with Councillor Harrison that at the spot where the tennis court is, there's so many other possibilities that might come into play, and I would be hesitant to vote for something new to be added in that location at the moment, when there's some other things that might be a really big benefit to the community that might be coming up in the future.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Vandervalk.
Thank you. Well, first of all, in terms of Councillor Young's comments, I don't know that we can plan or make decisions based on what might happen there, what else might happen there. So I think we have to look at what we've got now at this time. unless we have something concrete, which we don't at this point. My original question was, we did ask that the pickleball club could use that court over the fall until they were going inside. So they had use of that one tennis court. Could we not have that on a more permanent basis so we don't have to build a new pickleball court, that they could just use that court at a certain time over the year?
I think there are some variances in the net height, but Mr. Sales is probably better versed on that.
Thank you. So currently 2 of the 3 courts are not reservable by pickleball except by special council exception. So yes, you could address it somewhat from a policy perspective. They will still have some disputes because of the difference in net height, as Councillor Harrison indicated, and that 2 of the 3 courts are not lined, so there's not permanent markings on the courts. But there's certainly some degree of a resolution that could be resolved just by a motion or an amendment to a policy. So it would be a minor step, though, because you would only have 2 courts, whereas they're proposing 4. So it's a minor change.
Okay, well, with that, I just want to do one more reiteration of the fact that this is just recommendations to a future meeting. This is not the final decision, and we have not heard from the public yet. So I think we've hashed this out as council a lot. So if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind going to the public, and I saw Mrs. Jacobson raise her hand.
Thank you, Pat Jacobson. I don't think we're looking at this as a long-term investment. What is it? $85,000 or whatever. And these pickleball players, and I'm not one of them, but I know quite a few of them, and they've been waiting a long time. And I think the political decision needs to be made on the basis that, first of all, they're already using, the curling rink for how many months of the year? They're using the curling rink for pickleball, so they're used to the area and all the parking there. And it's not disrupting, I guess, the parking capacity of the area. And this wouldn't take long to do. And I think it's kind of a brilliant way of looking after a need that's been unserved for quite a while. And so I would, and the other thing in terms of large projects, first of all, there isn't the money to, from what I can see, to do anything at the community park in the short term. And that would be a really difficult delay of this process. And any big project slated for that area is going to take years. So I'd look after the pickleball players now and make that political decision. Thank you.
Okay. Just because it's committee hall, I would point out that we did delay a project that's been about 8 years on hold, which is the change rooms / washrooms at the public parks. That's for soccer, baseball, and a few other users. Mr. Pritchard, please. Although I'll also add is much more expensive.
Tim Pritchard. I'd like to follow up on Pat Jacobson's comment, if I can. And the interplay I think I heard between Councillor Young and Councillor Harrison, that there may be something planned in the future for the current tennis court location, which I guess would suggest that ultimately the tennis courts would move to the community park. So let's just assume that something of that nature was going to transpire. The way things go now through the planning, the approval, the everything, that construction of something like that would probably be at least 3 years away. At least 3 years away. If you took the 85,000 and divided by 3, you can do the math. $25,000 or $30,000 a year. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad interim investment in community recreation. Just something to consider. Thank you.
Fair enough. Any comments from anyone else in the public? Okay, we are currently at an impasse right now. I think the one thing we all agree on is design, approval for design and construction. We do need something designed, no matter what we're building. The question is, do we want to look at design for both locations and get numbers back? Or do we only look at one location and choose that location? That, for me, is probably the first decision point we have today. And Ms. Svensson, if you want to correct me if I'm wrong.
We have a motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Young, but no. Okay, thank you.
That just gets withdrawn. And the reason I'm saying that is that Councillor Skipsey did sort of mention, well, let's keep the budget item in the budget of the 170,000. I think we all agree on that. And then the next thing is we also need to get budget for design. And if I may just to staff, what is the cost for the design to get the engineering done, like a ballpark cost that we might be looking at? And maybe if even worst case scenario, you're doubling it, then we have a rough idea of what we're dealing with a financial outlay for the design portion.
So the $20,000 was a ballpark estimate for a design by the Legion there. That would also include a Class B estimate to come out of that. I got that from a local engineer. Now, the right process is that I create an RFP, I put that out to the public where other engineering firms can bid on that. So it could come in more or less, but the indication was that 20 grand would be a fair figure.
So it could be double. Where we are now, and I know Councillor Skipsey, you probably want to move item 1, or I think item 1 would be reasonable to move because we all agree on that. Oh, but Ms. Varela has a hand up. My apologies.
I just wanted to clarify that the 20,000 for the design would have 15,000 being funded by the town with a $5,000 contribution for pickleballs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So maybe let's get motion 1 going, because that's just the basic, there's something in the budget, right? I think we all agree on that. Councillor Skipsey? Oh, sorry.
I just following up on Ms. Varela's comment, but it does say that the additional 5,000 contribution will, would be given back. So the pickleballers are prepared to pay 50% of the design, but they're going to pay 5,000 up front, is what I'm reading out of the design thing.
Through you, Councillor Harrison, that is correct. So ultimately, they will end up sharing 50% of the cost of the design. It's just they only have access to $5,000 presently, and then the remainder they'll have access to as we progress with the project.
And I saw Mr. Watson raise his hand as well.
Is the balance of that $10,000 that they would be contributing was going to be coming from the funding that they had from the other, what we were calling a grant earlier. So if that doesn't proceed, they won't have that money.
Fair enough. So is there any, Councillor Skipsey?
I'd like to move recommendation 1.
I'll second that, just to get my name in the minutes for 1 second. Okay, because I do think the whole idea is that this creates an item in the budget, and it's clear it's supposed to be done in fiscal 2026. I think there's a universal agreement on that, so let's focus where we all agree. Any further discussion on just on recommendation 1, not the whole thing? Sorry, Councillor Vanderbilt, I'm cutting you off. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so we're just dealing with number 1 for now, which is just putting that item in the budget. Any further debate on number 1? Seeing none. All those in favor of number 1? Okay. And now things start to divide. Councillor Vanderbilt, your question on number 2.
Sorry. On page 48, where we are talking about the design cost, 20,000, and then there is a note, the design will include a construction cost. estimate, there is a risk to the town that if the construction phase does not proceed, that the town could be left covering approximately 15% or $15,000 of the design cost. Is there a significant risk that the construction phase would not proceed?
Mr. Sales or Mr. Watson? I saw two hands.
Yes, thank you. I think in a scenario where a council costs out both sites and does a design for both sites, there would be a risk that it wouldn't proceed, because if they're committed to only $65,000 and they don't have the matching portion, then there is a scenario where it would not proceed.
Thank you, but I think on this page, this was before there was possibility of looking at both sites, and we were only looking at the one where the tennis courts are. So in that case, is there a risk that the construction phase would not proceed?
Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you for the clarity. Well, that would be up to council. So in staff reports, wording like that has to recognize that there's decision-making still required in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just confirming with staff, we do have enough direction for today, recognizing that the funds have to be committed by May. We also have some time. We're coming back for early budget approval for a number of items on December 17th. So if you want to defer the rest of the discussion today so we can tackle the last two items on your list, that we could keep that moving.
The only thing I would suggest is for number 2 is I personally feel that it's money well spent to get the design for both and not ask them for more. But the question would be, how much money is that? And I'd just like to get maybe that scoped, if nothing else. And I guess if that's a future meeting, that's a future meeting. And if number 3 is also then a future meeting too.
So we could discuss as staff, and we could bring that back on the 17th as well, because again, I'd need to find a funding source and those sorts of things.
Yeah, and just really what I'm curious is, what's the difference between one site and 2 sites, just for the engineering? Because if it's like $5,000, then I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we got the reports on both. And then the numbers are going to be different. We know the numbers are going to be different, but at least we have something solid to go on, as opposed to it cost a lot of news, so it will probably cost more. And we don't necessarily have the solid numbers. Okay, with that then, I think we're just going to move on altogether. Is there a recommendation for number 2 that staff would recommend? Because basically, we could defer both to a future council meeting. So defer 2 and 3 to a future council meeting? Or do staff need direction for the budgeting for number 2?
I think we've heard council's intent. What we need to do is bring you back some numbers and some information on the 17th.
That's fair and reasonable. Thank you very much. So would someone make a motion to defer number 2 and 3? Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Vandervalk. Discussion on the deferral and only deferral. Seeing none. All those in favor? We are deferring 2 and 3. Sorry to move to that so quickly, but I got a sense. All right. Next up is the irrigation system replacement at the Memorial Golf Course.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. So the Qualicum Beach Memorial Golf Course requested $398,000 of funding from the town as a contribution or a loan towards replacing their irrigation system in 2026. They do have a reserve to address replacement. There's a shortfall in funding if they want to replace it in 2026. Infrastructure replacement is a responsibility of the lessee under the lease agreement. And the scoping sheet provided alternative options for QBMGC, given that they're facing an infrastructure funding deficit, similar to what the town faces. And so the town recommendation, the staff recommendation is not to loan or make a contribution from the town. And essentially, perhaps the Memorial Golf Course could take a look at imposing a one-time levy on their membership, or increasing or adjusting their membership structure to align with that of other organizations. And there were details included in the scoping sheet to reflect that.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from members of council on any of this? Councillor Skipsey?
I just had a question about whether council would be looked to provide direction about their number 3 request, which is that the town allow them to modify the lease to allow for an increase to the amount it can hold in its reserve balances.
Mr. Hare, do you want to maybe speak to that? Just because my only concern is I assume we'd be pulling that money from a reserve or not, or would it be from taxation? Forgive me. If we did that, basically what we've done in the past with them is they borrow money from us and then pay it back over time. Is that the understanding that they want?
This is the lease agreement that
Yeah.
we have, and it's with regard to their reserves. And once they reach a certain balance, then contributions to the town are required. So if we want to adjust that, I'm just wondering if staff need direction from council to do that.
Mr. Hare.
Staff would need direction from council, and we would recommend bringing that direction forward at a subsequent meeting rather than at today's session.
Yeah, I would point out too that the staff note about the membership fees and initiation fees is one thing. I did check green fees too, just for people who just want to drop in and play golf. There's a bit of variance. There's a lot of different options here. Historically, for some of the infrastructure work at the golf course, we have repaid them over time. I think that's more what Councillor Skipsey is talking about, is a repayment over time, essentially, if we change the lease agreement, or... Okay, never mind. Sorry, it's been a long meeting, and I'm not totally up to speed on this. So yeah, I think this is one where maybe we're going to need to get a little bit more information before anything. Is there any comments from other members of council, though? Councillor Skipsey? Oh, sorry.
Well, just, I think that I'm prepared to move staff recommendation number 1. I don't know that we need to tell them how to raise the money in recommendation number 2. I think we could leave that up to them. I do think when we look at the annual membership fees and comparing Pheasant Glen and Morningstar to, I'm not a big golfer, but I know the difference between those 18-hole courses and our 9-hole publicly owned golf course. So I think I'm comfortable with moving the staff recommendation number 1, but I think we would leave them to do their own figuring how to raise the money.
That's reasonable. Any questions from any other member of council at this point? Councillor Van Volker Young? Okay, and then I'll just briefly go to the floor if there's any questions from members of the public. Mrs. Noel, please.
Marie Noel. I think this is a classic issue here of having a significant asset owned by the town and nobody knows anything about how it really runs. Certainly the public has no idea how it runs. We need a lot more transparency. We should understand the terms of the lease, what kind of increases in payment comes to the town. I mean, I understand this is a 40-year-old lease and that there's no escalation in it at all. That's just hearsay, but that's what I understand. Who actually holds the reserve funds that they're talking about? Is that held here by the town?
Mr. Hare.
Councillor Harrison, through you, that the reserve that we were talking about that they're looking to fund this from is held by the golf courses, so they have their own reserves.
Thank you. One of my questions was, they want to increase their reserves, and it sounds like that they reach a level of reserves and then have to pay whatever they get back to the town. Have we ever received any money from them on that basis?
Mr. Hare.
In recent years, we have not received an additional contribution in addition to the annual payment that they make on the lease and the repayment of borrowing.
Thank you. The other question I had was, I understand that we lent the money for the bridge. We paid half of the bridge, and then we lent them the money for the other half. Has that money been paid back to the town yet?
Mr. Hare.
There is an arrangement for that money to be paid back in future years, so that will not be repaid until, I think the agreement is for that payment to start in the future. Well, there is.
I think the other thing is that they're proposing in here, one of their options was that they would start repayment, and the repayment was not going to start until 2038. Is that a typo?
Councillor Harrison, to you, that is correct.
That it's not a typo? That is indeed the date?
That is the date that council agreed for them to start repaying the lease. They had outstanding loan payments to the town, which basically they will have repaid by that date, and it will, with cash flow purposes, will allow them to repay that lease starting at that time.
Thank you. I think this is a good time for council to ask staff to provide you with a report on how this operation actually works, so that we can understand whether or not there's revenue opportunity there to pay more to the town to cover some of the expenses.
Okay, I'll just take that as a comment. Are there any further, Mr. Pritchard?
Tim Pritchard, the scoping sheet indicates that the cost of this irrigation would be system replacement. It's not an upgrade, it's talked about as a replacement, would be $848,000. Does that estimate include a contingency amount?
Mr. Harrod, do you have that information?
Councillor Harrison, I can't comment to that. Those numbers were provided to us by the golf course, so we didn't see the specific budget.
Fair enough.
Well, that might be, in today's cost environment, that might be something to clarify before something of this nature is finalized. Similarly, are there planning costs related to undertaking such a project that would be in addition to the $848,000? That might be something else to consider. And then just a final thought. This is an $848,000 maybe plus cost for an irrigation system on a 9-hole course. One of the things council knows and staff know is that going forward with the Eagle Crest Golf Course revitalization, one of the top things that needs to be done in addition to the $8.8 million expenditure is to do something with the irrigation system. Memorial says it's over 40-year irrigation system. The Eagle Crest course has been operating for over 50 years. I don't know exactly when the irrigation system was put in, but I know that, because I've seen it myself, there's been a lot of patchwork done on that irrigation system over a lot of years. And so it's identified as a problem. If you look at these two things, you could almost, and yes, it's only going to be a 9-hole course, but the current irrigation system at Eagle Crest also goes to the parkland. Is that going to want to be operative when there's new tree planting done in there? I don't know. I don't know what people are thinking about that, or is that going to be shut down? That has to be thought about. But one could easily see, using this number as a base, that the cost at Eagle Crest is going to be over $1 million to do something about the irrigation system, unless something I'm missing in what this says in the estimate. Thank you.
Great. And on that note of more costs, Mrs. Jacobson.
Pat Jacobson, I think this has to be looked at more broadly in terms of water usage and just replacing the existing irrigation system. This is in the Beach Creek watershed. You know, we spent a lot of money on creating a better environment for fish. And I think just doing what we've always done shouldn't be the way we're approaching it. And are there golf courses that let part of their, course go brown, when there's periods of water shortage? So I just hope that the whole availability of water consideration is a big factor in this very expensive project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's more of a comment. Mr. Hare?
I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Harrison, that the responsibility of replacement of the irrigation system and assets at the golf course are the golf courses, and the staff recommendation is that we not fund the replacement, that they fund the replacement.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members of council on that? Recommendation number 1, and only number 1, and seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. Yeah, and it's something where I feel badly for them, but I just see a lot of building maintenance, no matter what happens with Qualicum Commons. There's going to be a lot of building stuff that we're going to have to be dealing with. So my sincere apologies to them. With that, then I guess we'll have a vote on number 1. All those in favor? Okay. And then I do hear your point about dictating to them recommendations about how to run their business. I certainly don't have the expertise to tell them the best way to raise the money. So maybe we should just move on to the next item, if that's okay with everyone. Does anyone have issue with that on council? No? Okay. Mr. Harris, go to the next item, please.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison, and I'll just point out that we'll make a correction on the slide before it's published. This initiative was advanced by Councillor Skipsey, not Mayor Westbrook. So my apologies on the error on this slide. I'm going to make that correction. And the next one here is basically options for Harlech Road parking. So the strategic initiative, there was a strategic initiative in the in the current financial plan to come up with options, which are included in the scoping sheet. There were 3 options provided. But the staff there's also an opportunity and an interest by the Island Corridor Foundation in adding trails along the railway tracks, which would impact the options that are highlighted here. So staff are proposing that this initiative be deferred until 2027 until more information is available, because it could impact those options and the cost associated with them.
And thank you very much, Mr. Hare. I'd also add that there's a decision about the building, I think, at that site as well. I think that's the site of the old fire hall, and then just further along. So there's going to be a lot of conversations, I think, when we start looking at, I think most people in town, myself included, if you asked me at the start of the year, wouldn't have known we had 60 buildings. So yeah, that's going to be a conversation and a half. Are there any questions from members of council on the scoping sheet or the recommendation from staff on this item? Councillor Skipsey.
Well, I just support that. I think it's a good idea to talk with the Island Corridor Foundation before we make up our minds on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree. Councillor Young? Just a head nod that that's a good idea. I will say too, I mentioned earlier the new CEO for Island Corridor Foundation, Thomas Bevan. The previous gentleman, Larry Stevenson, was a rail. His background was railroads, and he wanted to see a rail line revitalized no matter what. That was his mission. Those were his marching orders. Mr. Bevan is a planner by trade, so that makes Mr. Sales and Ms. Varela very fond of him right away, I'm assuming. And he's very pragmatic, and he wants to work with the town. He wants to work with everyone along the line. It's wonderful to hear, and I really think that there is a genuine opportunity for collaboration. This isn't just to push things back. I think we can come back with something even better here, and I hope that we do. So with that, then, I guess we could get to the recommendations that are on the screen. Is there any desire to take them individually, or should we take them all as one big block? Block? Okay. If someone would like to move that? Councillor Young, Councillor Vandervalk. Any further discussion on this? Oh, sorry. Speaking of further discussion, any discussion from members of the public? Almost forgot. Mrs. Jacobson, please. So sorry, it's been a long day. My apologies.
Pat Jacobson, I just want to make sure that you understand there is another group called Friends of Rails to Trails, and they have a different vision than the Island Corridor people, and I think it's worth exploring their vision as well as the ICF. So I just wanted to make that point clear. And the Qualicum Beach Residents Association is having a speaker from Friends of Rails to Trails on Sunday at their AGM. Thanks.
Actually, that's a good point. It's both and or maybe one prioritized, I think, are the differences. Yeah, I've heard some of the correspondence with the pro-trails folks, and they make a very compelling case. Anything else from members of the public? Mr. Pritchard, please.
We're still on green here. Tim Pritchard. When this project is being considered, does it have, I haven't digested all that's been here, does it envision doing anything to the old fire hall site, or is that separate from this?
I think Mr. Sales would be best suited to respond to that question.
Yes, thank you. So this scoping sheet addresses something that's totally independent of the fire hall site. So there were some changes explored through the parking reconfiguration, but what the actual scope of this project would be west of the fire hall site.
So in future, the future of the fire hall site could be revisited without being affected by something done of this nature?
Correct. When the design work was done, it did look at how the connection would occur all the way from Memorial Avenue, just to look at that potential reconfiguration. But the scoping sheet in terms of improving parking was west of the fire hall site.
Thank you.
I believe the genesis was some discussion of angled parking initially, and then there are other options which are in the attachment. With that, any further questions from the public on this? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, I believe. And the question is just moving it all as a block. Last chance for any debate from members of council. Seeing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, I think that's it, unless I'm losing my mind, which is a distinct opportunity. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Noel, please.
Could I just ask two questions generally about the process?
Sure.
I was surprised not to see a scoping sheet around the Eagle Crest expenditures. Clearly, in the next 5 years, we anticipate to spend money there, and it would be good to have it as a scoping sheet as to how we expect to see it repaid. The other one was about the Commons property. Again, we're spending money there, and I don't see a scoping sheet addressing what that money might look like.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much. Good points. I think there might be some information next in a while. Ms. Varela.
Thank you. Because we weren't asking for council decision-making at this time on those things, we've already been provided direction, but I do think it's fair that we'll need to be doing some reporting out for the benefit of the public, separate and apart from the strategic planning process, which is where we're seeking direction.
I think there will be also some budgetary impacts that'll be very clear. And then when a budget actually formally proceeds. But it's an excellent point. We should start trying to get documents which collate a lot of information in one place, so you don't have to use our web search feature, which is a work in progress, to try to collate everything from multiple sources. That's a fair point. Any last second comments from the public? I know it technically says public input. I tried to space that out throughout the meeting. Nothing else? Okay. So with that, then, a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole. Councillor Vandervelde, Councillor Skipsey, all those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you very much, all four of you, for sticking through. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And thanks to staff.